Music to the noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Pun Kelly get caught in the fray. Facts and logic with a twist of jest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor blows the lies right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows, dissect the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity when they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lies. Fun Kelly with a set of clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow. Step into the
Hello and welcome to another episode of The Pun Show. Hope you're doing well today. I want to wish everybody a happy Insurrection Day. It is January 6th, 2026, exactly 5 years ago today. I sat here in this very chair and watched as the bunch of right-wing loons tried to sack our Capitol building and overthrow our government at the behest of the President of the United States. So, wouldn't be fair to not talk about that today. I think that there's been a lot of trying to reshape this history, redefine this history, and make it out to be something other than what it was, but it was actually an attempt to overthrow the government by the sitting president of the United States. There's no other way to describe it. We're going to go through this and talk about that in some detail, but a couple of other things I wanted to go over first, because we still have that self-same insane person running the government right now, and it's worth having that discussion. It's worth talking about. Let's first. Am I still here? All right. Thought I messed up there for a second. My screen went black. I was anyway. Let me I might just want to check on something real quick. Had some troubles with the comments on YouTube yesterday, and I'm making sure that I have that resolved this time. Okay. So somebody. Oh, hey, yeah, good. We've got that fixed. All right. Hey, all Lion Kelly. Hello there, Mr. Spirit 859. I'm not really planning on making anything up, but I might say some things that you disagree with, because I noticed you have a habit of disagreeing with reality. All right, so let's first talk about this whole situation in Minnesota with the fraud situation. And let's talk about what is true and what is not true there. Let's talk about the fact versus the fiction. Tim Walz has now stepped down as president. I don't know if anybody else has noticed this, but it seems like the Department of Justice, using that term loosely nowadays, is the Department of Justice is going after front runners for the Democratic candidacy. First, they went after Tim Walz. Now they're going after Mark Kelly. So let's talk about what the overcompensator here. Let's talk about why he dropped out and what's really going on. What's real and what's not. Okay. So there were legitimate cases that were prosecuted starting in 2022. There were 3 main cases, which have had 78 people charged, 63 people convicted. There was says 250 million here, but I think that's a I think I needed to double check Claude on that one. I know it's over $1 billion. I know it's also been said that it could be as much as $8 billion or $9 billion. I hear different numbers. Half of what's gone to the state of Minnesota, but as far as confirmed fraud, I think it's around $1 billion, a little over $1 billion, which is 250 million is too much, 8 billion is too much, 9 billion is too much, $1 billion is too much. Nobody's vindicating this fraud. I know that some people are gonna jump on that bandwagon and immediately accuse me of things I'm not saying. The Feeding Our Future scheme was the main thing. That's the one that was 250 million. Nonprofit fraudulently claimed to serve 125 million meals to children during COVID-19 pandemic. Federal charges begin in September 2022. As far as I know, Donald Trump was not president then. Joe Biden was. And Amy Bach, who was a white woman, was the ringleader. She was convicted in March on wire fraud and bribery charges. He faces 30 years in prison. The FBI surveillance, fake attendance rosters with names from listofrandomnames.com, false invoices, sites claimed 2,000 to 3,000 meals a day from restaurants with $500 to $600 in daily sales. This was all pre-Trump. Investigation began under Biden administration. First federal raids, January 26th, largest COVID-19 fraud scheme prosecuted in the United States. And juror bribery attempt. Defendants attempted to bribe juror with $120,000 cash during trial. 5 indicted for bribery scheme, all pleaded guilty by May of 2025. So all of that's legitimate. And nobody's justifying any of that. All of those things are true. All of those things happened. All of those people that were involved deserve to go to jail. All of those people that are convicted are going to jail. Nobody is trying to vindicate any of that. But what's happened is now Nick Shirley, who was a YouTuber who got his start doing pranks, and is not a real journalist. He's a 23-year-old kid. Posted a video on Christmas Day where he had gone to all these daycare centers and shown they were empty and was alleging that these guys were running fraud. This is a separate fraud allegation than the ones that had already been prosecuted. And I know I find a lot of people seem to get those things mixed up. Like they say, well, what about all this fraud that's been prosecuted? Well, how can it be fake and not fake? Because it's a different fraud allegation. All right, so let's talk about that side of things. So the Shirley allegations are against, first of all, no fraud charges have been filed against any of the daycare centers. He went, of the daycare centers he went to, CBS News went to those daycare centers and found children at 8 of 9 of them. They looked at films and they showed children being dropped off and picked up from those centers. The Minnesota State investigated those centers, found they all had actual children there. They had all been investigated and looked at within the last 6 months before Shirley's so-called expose or whatever. But Shirley's video got 135 million views. He's 23 years old. He visited these during closed hours, at least for one of those. The Quality Learning Center operates 2 to 10 p.m. after school care. Shirley arrived at noon, 2 hours before it opened. Security footage shows children dropped off the same day he claimed emptiness. State inspectors found operations normal. Minnesota DYCF visited 9 centers, children present in 8, one not yet open for the day when the inspectors arrived. Confirmed centers were operating as expected. But here's what happened is the GOP House Speaker, who is also running for governor, she's the 2006 gubernatorial candidate, admitted GOP caucus worked with Shirley. Staff provided locations to researcher David Hotch, who's in the videos with Nick Shirley. This was politically orchestrated opposition research, not independent investigation. This whole thing was planned by the GOP to bring down Tim Walz. None of the 10 operators are charged with fraud. State records show licensing violations, overcrowding, staff training, but no evidence of fraud allegations. And even that has been overstated. There is a checklist of 400 different items that they go over, and there was like an average of 3 to 10 violations per center, which is like typical for any center. It's actually like getting like 98% on a test. Like they passed like 98% of the allegations or whatever. So out of all these allegations, none of them really hold water. And they were all just a political hit job. Now, these allegations, the allegations that were already convicted under Biden, those are true. The allegations under Shirley, those have been proven to be bogus. I don't know if I need to go through all this timeline. I think I've made my point here. The main thing is this Lisa DeMuth, governor candidate, coordinated all this. I don't know how many people know that. I don't know who's aware of this, but this was a political hit job against Tim Walz, and it worked. Yes, Tim Walz stepped down. That's not a victory for democracy. That's election interference on steroids. I don't know why you always have to use the R word, Rick. I don't know if you think it makes you sound... And the whole tampon Tim thing is just stupid. Yes, they passed a law that all women need to have access to menstrual products. I don't know what your issue is with that. Like I don't know why you think that's a thing. So yeah, somebody, Zach says, are you talking about President Bone Spurs? We will be in a moment. Right now, I'm just talking about the thing. Hey, Bonzo, how you doing today? He wants us to bleed all over the place, I guess. It's so weird how, I guess, even, I'll admit it. It's weird how we men respond to tampons. I was after I got married, not long after I got married, I was my wife asked me to pick up some pads for her while I was at the store, and I had no idea what I was in for. I go and I obviously had never had to buy these things before. And I'm looking at this wall, this vast wall of colors and sizes and absorbency and all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, I have no idea what to get. So I pull out my phone. I've got it on speaker. I'm sitting there having this like 15-minute conversation with my wife as she tries to remember what kind of tampon she uses, because she just grabs the one she recognizes, right? And so she couldn't think of anyway. So she's just sitting there trying to talk to me about it as I walk through it. And it's like couples were walking past me looking at me with understanding sympathy, or else like the women would be laughing at me and the men would be looking at me with sympathy. So I guess I'm not the only one that's ever been in that position. Hey, Epstein W. How you doing today? Meanwhile, we're up to 2,000 or 2 million Epstein pages now that have not. Seems like we have more unreleased Epstein files than we did before they were supposed to be released. Trump, best presidency in history, freed Venezuela from communism. They are happy too. Okay. That's an opinion. 5.2 unreleased. 5.2 million. Wow, I thought it was 2 million. That's like, you'd think they should have given them like 30 days to find all these files first, you know? They keep finding more. All right, so that covers the Minnesota thing I wanted to talk about. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was the Greenland. Which anybody else watch Stephen Miller's unhinged psychopathic rant on CNN? Like that man is anywhere near power is just frightening. That man is unhinged. He is a complete and total nut job. He has no, I mean, he is insane. The things he was saying are just in 100% crazy talk. I think I already answered that question. He pulled out of the race because he felt like he would rather spend the next year governing Minnesota and trying to actually get to the bottom of the fraud than and he, you know, like instead of trying to run this defense against this fake thing. What Tim Walz did doesn't really change. Like whether Tim Walz pulling out of it does not mean that there was fraud there. They went to the daycare centers. They confirmed children were there. There is a sustained video record of people picking up and dropping off the children on the day that Nick Turley said there weren't any children there. None of that is changed by Tim Walz dropping out. The fact that Tim Walz dropped out doesn't mean that there was fraud there. What it means is that the scam to get Tim Walz worked. They forced him out of the race. Good for them. But that doesn't mean that what they did was right. That doesn't mean what they did was valid. He was screaming on CNN. Miller was screaming crazy stuff on CNN. Like basically the U.S. has the right to take whatever they want because we have the biggest military in the world. I mean, that man, if anyone has ever suffered from stuffed locker derangement syndrome, it is Stephen Miller. That man spent so much time stewing away and plotting his revenge in lockers because he got stuffed in there by junior high Latino girls while he was in high school because they kept creeping them out. Heavily medicated. Bro has sub 5 likes. I don't even know what that means. Brett Wood, he's always yelling. A poll conducted in Venezuela in September that showed 94% of Venezuelans opposed U.S. interference. Have you already talked about that? Sorry if you have. I talked about that yesterday. Like, I think there's a lot of straw man arguments. Whether Venezuela likes it or not, I think is irrelevant. Whether Maduro is a good person or a bad person is irrelevant. What matters is that what we did is illegal. Maduro being a bad person doesn't change that. Some Venezuelans not liking, like, Maduro has really low popularity. Like, I think it was like 24% popularity from Maduro. He had almost no support. But like you said, U.S. intervention had even less popularity. But this is not, and I think one thing that gets lost is that Gonzalez, the guy that won the election, he hasn't even been mentioned by Trump or anybody in the administration. This was really about, like, the real person that should have won the election being the winner of the election. Then why haven't they mentioned the winner of the election? His lips are always as wide apart as possible while having his teeth clenched. What's the first thing Stephen Miller... here's a joke for you. What's the first thing Stephen Miller does when he wakes up? Opens the lid. He quiet because his kids started to get put in real danger. Oh, he quit because... Are you talking about Tim Walz? Hi, Brett. All right, hi. Wow, see, this is the place where everybody knows your name and they're always glad you came. This is like cheers. Miller and his wife are scary people. Miller, what's the scariest thing about Miller is not that he's unhinged. It's that he has that much power and he's unhinged. Now they're talking about he's like gonna have a hand in running Venezuela. So I wonder where he's going to deport all the Venezuelans in Venezuela to. If you put him behind a podium in a Nazi uniform and made the video black and white, you would swear he was in the 1940s. Yeah, he even when he speaks in English, you can hear him in German. Am I right, Kitty? Kitty speaks German. They all use the emotional tugs and categories that should mean something in a system that has checks and balances from top to bottom, not the team concept. So no, I don't drink beer, but we serve everything here. I don't drink at all. I stopped drinking alcohol about 6 months ago. What are you talking about? Compensate. No. Skippy's a good dude. I like Skippy. Skippy's a good dude. Skippy's a good. I think we need more Skippies. All right. There's nothing illegal about Venezuela. Why are you guys? There is something illegal about Venezuela. And if you want to say, and actually people did say something when Obama bombed Libya. But why, like, when you talk about these double standards, why do you say that Obama was wrong to bomb Libya and then say that Trump is okay now? Because when Obama bombed Libya, there were some other factors present there that are not present here. Like, there was an imminent danger. There was UN compliance. And, it's not like Gaddafi was the nicest guy in the world either. Miller looks like Miller looks like a sociopath and sounds like a sociopath. So yeah, Resistance Kitty's pointing out it's not 2020, 2012. What did they say about it, Kilroy Cape? I don't know why you're talking about Libya. In all honesty, as I said on the show yesterday, there have been like I went through you weren't here maybe, but I went through a very long and detailed history of executives and presidents overreaching on this whole thing with executive powers and military strikes and expanding the war powers. And I very specifically mentioned Libya as one of those things, and Obama. I already called out Obama. I'm not being inconsistent here. And I called out Clinton and Kosovo too. Yeah, he reminds me more of like kind of Gollum and sort of like what is it, the vampire guy, the starts with an M. So anyway, now we've got this thing going on with NATO. I wanted to talk about Greenland. So just 2 days, just yesterday, just a couple of days after Greenland, or after invading and conquering Venezuela, and don't tell me he didn't conquer Venezuela when he says we are running the government. Well, Stephen Miller said we're running Argentina. And Donald Trump said we're taking the oil. So when you conquer, when you kidnap the leader of the country, bomb the capital, run the government, and take its resources, I think you can effectively say that it's conquered and it's an act of war. This kind of like glossing around all this stuff as though it's not illegal or, like just something normal is nonsense. So Greenland, after 2 days after Greenland, Donald Trump starts dropping hints that, we need Greenland now. The population there is 56,000, mostly people of color, Inuit. And it's got a lot of rare earth minerals that Donald Trump covets. And most of it is ice covered. Did you know that Greenland was named Greenland to get people to want to go there, and Iceland was named Iceland to not get people want to go there, even though Iceland is a lot warmer than Greenland because it's got these natural springs and stuff. So they wanted to keep people from going to Iceland, but they wanted to get people to go to Greenland. So they misnamed both of them. So in his first term, Donald Trump first proposed purchasing Greenland, and Denmark called it absurd. Yesterday, I mentioned that he even floated the idea of trading Puerto Rico for it, and somebody was saying that I made that up, so I wanted to just pull this up. Trump was serious about trading hurricane-stricken Puerto Rico for Greenland. During the right before he went there and threw toilet paper at Puerto Ricans, he, asked, hey, maybe we can just trade Puerto Rico for Greenland. He was like obsessed with getting Greenland for some reason and never wanted to admit that like Puerto Rico was actually part of America. So he wanted to trade Puerto Rico for England or for Greenland. So then during his second term, he started talking about Greenland again. In December, he appointed Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry special envoy to Greenland. In March 28th, Vice President Vance toured Pitkiff Space Base, warned of Russia-China threats, and they started talking about how we need Greenland for national security and all of that. January 4th, By the way, I want to point out, I was thinking about this yesterday. Last week on this show, I was mentioning that I thought that Trump was going to invade Greenland or invade Venezuela before he actually invaded. And I had a number of people that are Trump supporters telling me I was being ridiculous and how I was, I had Trump derangement system and stuff, syndrome and stuff like that. So I just kind of curious where you guys are at now. What happened to my Trump derangement syndrome? We dethroned okay, was he a communist or a fascist? Because somebody just said he was a fascist or a communist. Now you're saying he's a fascist. He wasn't using narco-terrorism. He wasn't causing harm across the world. Like, can you say something that's not just hyperbolic rhetoric, Salty? Like, could you try and stay grounded in anywhere in the realm of reality? Nobody is saying Maduro was a good guy, but this thing that you're saying is nonsense. We came in '89 to build infrastructure. Who came where in '89 to build infrastructure? The United States literally built Venezuela oil infrastructure. Okay, you mean U.S. companies set up there and made profit off of Venezuelan oil. That's not that doesn't mean we own the oil or we have a right to their oil or anything. And it was also 1989 was nearly 40 years ago. Venezuela was celebrating. Well, that's neither here nor there. I guess you failed to notice that they dropped those charges today because they were untrue. I don't know which charges. No, that's not racist. Sadly, I couldn't give two poops if it means anything to you. Rural is the word you're looking for, by the way. I'd be careful throwing out the R word when you lick windows professionally. Okay. Okay. Was he a fascist or a communist, Salty? And like if we're I mean, like, are you okay with Putin? Because he's a fascist dictator and supporter of terrorism. Should we go kidnap Putin? PR ran out of resources. Okay, so all right, Venezuela's a proxy that was decimated by communists. So do you know the difference between fascists and communists? Or do you just like throw around words that you don't know the meaning of? All right, we're done with Salty for a while until he decides to join reality. You can't call it an invasion. That is, yes, I can. Look, if you can call illegal immigrants crossing the border to pick strawberries an invasion, then I can definitely call going into another country, bombing the Capitol building, kidnapping the president, assuming power over that country, and stealing its resources. I can call that an invasion if somebody being paid to pick strawberries is an invasion. And now Russia is softly insinuating their admonishment of USA. If Trump can do it, they can, right? And this is actually ties into the whole Greenland thing, because let me get back to this. So now Trump has refused to rule out force. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security, and Denmark is not going to be able to do it, which is kind of a nonsensical thing because we're supposed to be Denmark's ally. All of NATO is. Article 5 is there for that specific reason. If somebody else were to invade Denmark or to invade Greenland, which nobody's even suggesting they're going to try to do that, all of NATO would be there to defend it, including the United States. But now, because Donald Trump is talking about taking over Greenland, NATO itself is at stake. PM Frederickson warns U.S. attack would end NATO. 7 European nations issued joint statement. So, if you were Vladimir Putin, nothing makes you more happy than to hear that. Right now, if Donald Trump is not Putin's puppet, he is doing a damned good imitation of it. He is doing exactly what Putin wants. Nothing would make Putin happier than to see NATO dissolved. So, Greenland has all this rare earth minerals that the United States wants. China's like by far got the most. And it's not just what's there, it's what they're actually. We have rare earth minerals. We're just not manufacturing. We're not mining it. Military operations in 2025. This is the self-declared should-be winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. These are 312 military operations in Yemen, 156 in Syria, 89 in Iraq, 34 in Somalia, 18 in Pakistan, 12 in Nigeria, and now he's conquered Venezuela. So that's really, really peaceful of you. So it's no wonder that people say here when he's talking about, invading Greenland, he might, be serious. So this is just some of the strategic resources that are in Greenland, the rare earth minerals, lithium, graphite, copper, nickel, zinc, gold, and tungsten. Despite much of the country being covered in ice, Greenland's known resources of rare earth minerals are almost equal to those of the United States. NATO Article 5 crisis. The dilemma: Denmark is a NATO member. Article 5 states an attack on one member is an attack on all, but the U.S. is NATO's largest contributor and ultimate guarantor. What happens if the guarantor attacks a member? European response: Germany, Greenland will in principle be subject to NATO defense. France, UK, Italy, Poland, Spain join Denmark in joint statement defending territorial integrity. So who wants to see a war between the United States and Europe? Mr. No New Wars is sitting there threatening to have a war with all of Europe. If the U.S. chooses to attack another NATO country militarily, everything stops, including NATO, and thus the security that has been established since the end of World War II. So tell me that wouldn't make Putin happy. Like, I don't understand why there's this conservative hate NATO thing going on. But it's there for whatever reason, and it's ridiculous. If NATO doesn't defend Denmark, Article 5 loses all credibility. What message does that send to the Russians about the Baltics, to China about Taiwan, to every U.S. ally globally? So we've already got the thing with Venezuela, which is the actual real issue. It's not Maduro. It's not Venezuela. It's not oil. It's whether or not one country can just unilaterally decide to attack and conquer another country and steal its resources because it wants them. Which is what if this were about elections, if this were about democracy, why isn't Gonzalez's name ever even mentioned? The man who won the election. If this is about cartels, why is it since the attack on Venezuela and the plan about what comes next, why has there not been one mention of going after the cartels in Venezuela? They haven't talked about that at all. All they talk about is oil. They haven't talked about, what the plan is for who's going to run Venezuela, or how it's going to be run, or when there's going to be elections, or the guy that won the election running the country. And they talk about, we're going to take the oil. Haven't talked one word about taking out the cartels that are there. Beforehand, it was all the cartels this, cartels that. But not one word about the cartels since they took over. They're talking about the Mexican cartels now, right as they're talking about invading Mexico. I think I rolled my eyes out of my head. I can explain it for you, but I can't understand it for you. Salty, you missed yesterday's show, apparently. There is no legal justification. You cannot serve arrest warrants in other countries. That's not a legal thing. That's why we have extradition treaties. There's just, you can't. Like, that's not a thing. What you're arguing is that any country can indict any person, go into that country with their military, bomb their citizens, shut down their power, kidnap that citizen, and then bring them back to their own country to stand trial. Biden, you can talk about Biden all you want, but Biden did not go in and invade the country and take it over and say that we're running it now and then steal the military. Again, Maduro is a straw man. Maduro is a bad person. But the whole conversation about Maduro is a straw man. It's not about Maduro. It's about whether or not the United States has a right to take over another country. I'm old enough to remember 1991, the first Gulf War. Iraq invaded Kuwait, and George H.W. Bush rallied the world to come to the defense of Kuwait, push out Iraq, and then make a decision not to go after the oil, because he said it shouldn't be about the oil. It's about a nation having a sovereign right to exist. With what we did with Venezuela, how do we have the moral high ground to say to China, you can't go invade Taiwan? How do we have the moral high ground to tell Putin, you can't go after Poland next, or you can't go after the Baltic states next? If we don't respect somebody else's sovereign rights, how do we expect any other nation to respect other nations' sovereign rights? This is about that. This is about whether or not we respect other nations have sovereign rights. I don't know if you're capable of listening to hear that, but that's what it's about. So all your stuff about Maduro is irrelevant. Trump. Okay, but what if Greenland doesn't want to be sold? What if Denmark doesn't want to sell it? It doesn't matter what Trump wants. Trump is not the king of the world. He's not just talking about that. Now he's talking about taking it for national security, Colonel. And yeah. This is like your made up things don't exist. Zach, salty, every accusation is confession from a mag. Go put on your red hurt and worship the feet of the pedo. All right. So if they take Greenland, they would have to revoke voting because all Greenland would vote against him. Yeah, and the thing is, if you ask Greenland what they want independence. They don't want to belong to Denmark or the United States. No, that's not what makes Donald Trump a bad man. Lots of other things make Trump a bad man. It's like all the bad things he did that makes him a bad man. I'm smarter than you, Kelly. Okay. You might be smarter than me, but you're not actually in reality, so it's hard to see. At least I know the difference between reality and fiction. All right. Biden put 25 million. Okay, but that's so what you're saying is that Biden didn't break the law and Trump broke the law, and you're acting like that means something, like that you got me or something. The fact you use emojis in every response means you're just trying to rage bait, Salty. All right. So, all right, let's go to something nice and non-controversial. Where I'm skipping down. Sorry, guys, if I skipped over your comment before we get totally off track. Let's talk about the thing that I really wanted to talk about today, because it is the day to talk about it, and that is, it is a day. It is January 6th. Did you know that? So let's talk about January 6th. There has been a concerted effort to make January 6th seem something like other than what it was. And I want to talk about that. January 6th, you just hold your little horse there, Mr. Salty Caramel. January 6th was an insurrection. And I'm going to go through, I'm going to refresh the timeline. I'm going to go through the talking points. I'm going to prove that it was an insurrection. So let's go through and talk about what happened on January 6th. I'm just going to talk about the timeline first and then talk to the talking points. I'm going to get to all your little predictable whataboutisms and everything like that in a minute. So what happened? What actually happened on January 6th? Before dawn, the Trump supporters began gathering in Washington, D.C. for the Save America rally. Many had traveled from across the country after Trump's December 19th tweet. Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, we'll be wild. What were they saving America from? If the whole point, what was the point of the rally? Why did they come? What were they saving America from? Like, honest question. If the whole point was not to overthrow the effects, the legal, actual election results, what were they saving America from? So then the rally began at 11 a.m. Eastern. Trump speaks at the ellipse near the White House. He tells the crowd, "We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore." He urges supporters to march on the Capitol and tells them, "We're going to walk down to the Capitol." Mixed. Apparently, he wanted to go, tried to go, but his Secret Service prevented him from going. Whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing. But one thing we do know is he says, that he said peacefully. He said peacefully one time. He said fight 30 times. We know that while it happened, Because I know people are going to be going, well, you're just going to skip past that he said peacefully, as though what he wanted was that to happen. That's like saying the mafia boss that says, take care of Vito, actually wanted Vito to be well taken care of and not, like taken care of. No. The whole peacefully thing was just put in there for plausible deniability. We know this because not only did Donald Trump watch the entire thing on TV and not do a darn thing about it, he literally rewound his favorite, most violent parts so he could watch them again. Okay, so the first breach of the Capitol perimeter happened at 12:53. Rioters broke through police barriers on the west side of the Capitol grounds. Capitol police are quickly overwhelmed as hundreds push aside past initial security lines. In case you forgot, this happened just moments after Donald Trump tweeted that Vice President didn't do what he was supposed to do, and that launched everything. As soon as he tweeted that that Mike Vance wasn't going to play games or wasn't going to play ball, they stormed the Capitol screaming, "Hang Mike Pence!" At 1:00, Congress convened. So this was 7 minutes later. Congress convened to count electoral college votes. Vice President Mike Pence presides over the sessions, having earlier notified Trump that he would not attempt to block certification, defying Trump's public and private pressure. He had no authority to do this. This was all a bogus thing that was all drummed up by some right-wing conspirators. They first entry into the Capitol building came at 2:12 p.m. Rioters were breaking windows and forcing open doors, entering the Capitol. Capitol police call for evacuation of the Cannon House office building. The mob overwhelmed security at multiple entry points. I'll get to the Capitol Police let them in arguments in a minute, because I'm not even looking at the comments, but I already anticipate a bunch of you are saying that. Pence was evacuated. Vice President Pence is evacuated from the Senate chamber by Secret Services. Rioters breached the building. Some in the mob are heard chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Pence was moved to a secure location just minutes before rioters reached the Senate chamber. I think they showed that even the one girl that was killed by the Secret Service was just less than 100 feet away when they rushed him out, and when she was shot. It was that close. Trump's first tweet during attack: as the Capitol is under siege, Trump tweets, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. He does not call for the mob to leave or condemn the violence." Trump calls Senator Tuberville. We still don't know what that was about. He called Senator Tuberville to lobby him to delay certification while the Capitol is actively under attack and Tuberville is being evacuated. Trump reportedly told Tuberville he should object to more states to delay the proceedings. Which this is all part of the Green Bay sweep. This was, when people say it wasn't an insurrection, they're missing the larger point. January 6th was not the totality of the insurrection. January 26th was the apex of the insurrection. There was more to the insurrection than January 6th. January 6th was the spear point. It wasn't the spear. So Ashley Babbitt was shot at 2:44. A rioter attempting to breach a barricaded door leading to Speaker's lobby where members of Congress were sheltering is shot by Capitol Police. She later dies from her injuries. This is the closest rioters come to reaching members of Congress. People that say that, oh, well, she was unarmed or whatever, this is totally beside the point. What were they supposed to do? There's thousands of people outside, 1,600 people out there. Arrest them one at a time as they came through a barricaded door and they were completely outnumbered and they were beating cops with flagpoles? Give me a break. The Vice President of the United States was within shouting distance. And they're supposed to say, have like multiple cops try and apprehend her and handcuff her or something? Come on. So Trump's inadequate video message at 3:13 p.m. Eastern time. Trump released a video telling writers to go home, but also says, "We love you. You're very special," and repeats false claims about election fraud. He does not forcefully condemn the violence or call for an immediate end to the attack. He basically was like, nice try. Like he never has condemned the attacks. Trump and he, obviously pardoned defenders and has defended them. And 417, Trump tweets, "These are the things and events that happens when a sacred landslide election victory is unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from the great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever." That's when they finally leave. So then 6 o'clock, DC curfew begins. Mayor Muriel Bowser's 6 p.m. curfew goes into effect. Law enforcement officials began clearing the Capitol building and surrounding grounds. Over 1,000 National Guard troops are deployed. Finally, and not by Trump. We'll get into the whole National Guard controversy in a minute. At 8 p.m. Eastern, the Capitol was declared secure. The Capitol is declared secure after hours of violence. 5 people died in connection with the attack. 1 rioter shot by police. 1 officer who died the next day after suffering strokes following the attack, and 3 other rioters from medical emergencies. Over 440 police officers were injured. Like 1 lost an eye. 1 was literally beaten to death and came back to life. The office and Senate reconvened to continue the Electoral College at 8:06. Despite the day's violence, Congress completes its constitutional duty. Some Republican senators who had planned to object to certification changed their position after the attack. Lindsey Graham among them, who was about as inebriated as anybody. He was clearly dipping into the whiskey that he had stored in his filing cabinet or something. So then at 3:44 a.m. Eastern time on January 7th, they completed the certification. Vice President Kamenetz officially announced the Electoral College results: 306 votes for Joe Biden, 232 for Donald Trump. The certification of the 2020 election is complete near 15 hours after the joint session of Congress began. All right, so I'm going to look at some of the comments here. Only the president can call. Yes. Only the president can call the National Guard. I'll get into that. And Nancy Pelosi couldn't have called anybody except the police. She doesn't have the authority. So we'll get into the whole National Guard thing. Joe Biden wasn't even fit to be president. That's why he spent 2/3 of his. Well, whatever that has to do with anything is just a matter of your opinion and completely irrelevant to what happened on January 6th. No, Georgia did not admit to illegally certifying over 300,000 votes. And I knew somebody would bring this up. So I actually created a tab just for this. This is what actually happened. I mean, I suppose you could technically say they, like they admitted to a clerical error. Would be about the most accurate way to put it. 315,000 ballots. What happened is that when they received the ballots, here, I'll just read through it. Trump allies and MAGA leaders claim the unsigned tabulator tapes when they count up these ballots, they're supposed to have a tape around them and then sign. The poll worker is supposed to sign. the tape to authorize them. Some of these were like unsigned. The tape was unsigned. That does not mean that the election was stolen or anything. Trump allies and MAGA leaders claim the unsigned tabulator tapes are proof of massive voting fraud and that the election was stolen from Trump. Who's making it? Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Mike Collins, and other conservative media outlets. Arguments over 300,000 votes were illegally certified, like you're saying, because required signatures were missing from the verification tapes. What happened? About 315,000 ballots had tabulator tapes that weren't signed by poll workers as required by procedure. By the way, this is a procedure. This is not a law. So they weren't technically illegal. They were just not done by procedure. Official explanation, Georgia Attorney State Brad Raffensperger, who was a Republican, called it a clerical error that does not erase valid legal votes. This is documentation chain of custody violation, not evidence that votes themselves were fraudulent or miscounted. So, like the people that cast those votes that the person didn't sign, the people still cast those votes. Their votes were still valid. It's not like those votes should be invalidated because somebody made a mistake somewhere along the line. That is, and it like that's just wrong on so many grounds, including constitutional grounds. Like you can't be punished as a voter. You can't have your vote discounted because somebody made a clerical error. Your vote still counts. You can't be disenfranchised because of that. Then it's not just that. There have been 3 separate recounts since then that validate this election really happened, that these votes were real. This is just somebody forgot to sign a tape. And, while that's a mistake and maybe a serious mistake, it's not proof of fraud. So Judge Robert McBurney granted the state election board access to the physical ballots so that they can go through and recount them again. The election board has to pay an estimated $400,000 to obtain and deliver the materials. County must provide cost breakdown by January 7th, 2026, which would be tomorrow. DOJ lawsuit. Trump's Justice Department is suing Fulton County in Georgia for access to the 2020 ballot records. But there's no record, there's no indication that any of this means that Georgia would have been won by Trump if they had signed, that tape, or not, like it wouldn't have changed. It didn't have any effect on the actual vote count. Like the people that actually voted, and they were actually authorized voters. So what you're arguing is that because somebody made a clerical error, we should throw out 315,000 votes. All right, so now let's go back to all right, so no. All right, Salty, I just want to be clear. We're going to cover this in a minute, but the Speaker of the House has absolutely zero authority to call the National Guard at all, ever. She tried to call for the National Guard while it was going on, and she was denied National Guard. This is both in law and in the Constitution. The President of the United States is the commander-in-chief, as I have been reminded over and over again. That includes the National Guard. Yeah, the Nancy Pelosi's daughter's video doesn't mean anything at all. It, like the Constitution does. No, she did not admit it on video. The Constitution. Who is the commander-in-chief according to the Constitution? Someone who says I love being right has some serious issues. No, this is not a fact. Dude, who does the who does the Constitution say is commander in chief? There is absolutely anyway, let's go back to this. We're not going to like if you're not going to take reality then just I don't know what to say. So, let's go through some of the dumb commonly debunked commonly used talking points, which the one that Salty is trying to argue is it was just a peaceful protest that got out of hand. The attack was violent and coordinated. Over 140 police officers were assaulted, including some beaten with flagpoles, pipes, and other weapons. Rioters deployed chemical irritants, used tasers on officers, and crushed one another in a doorway, one officer in a doorway. The attack resulted in multiple deaths and hundreds of injuries. Video evidence and court documents show extensive planning, with some groups conducting reconnaissance days before, and coordinating via social media and encrypted apps. So this was neither spontaneous nor peaceful. This was a planned attack. This has been proven in court. People have been convicted of planning it. And it was extremely violent. There were weapons. There were guns. There were people convicted of having guns. There's videotape of people with guns in the trees. There are at the rally, and Donald Trump like saying, "Let them in. They're not here for me." This idea that it wasn't violent, that there weren't any weapons, all of that stuff is nonsense. It was violent. One cop lost an eye. Tell him it wasn't violent. FBI agents and informants organized the whole thing. This is one of the favorite talking points, which there is no evidence that FBI agents or informants organized or instigated the attack. While the FBI may have had informants in some groups, some of the right-wing groups that were planning the attacks, and that's why they had informants there. Inspector General and congressional investigations found no evidence of FBI orchestration. The conspiracy theory largely stems from the presence of unindicted co-conspirators in charging documents, a routine legal term for individuals who participated but haven't been charged yet, not code for government agents. Like this would be like saying that the unindicted co-conspirators in the Donald Trump indictment by Jack Smith were all FBI agents. So then Rudy Giuliani would be FBI informant by that logic. And also, Donald Trump was president on January 6, 2021. People seem to forget that. He was the president. He was in charge of the FBI. He named the FBI director. The FBI, for people who don't actually know people in the FBI, is by and large very conservative. It's a Republican bunch of people. My wife has cousins in the FBI. They voted for Trump. Like, FBI is not like this big anti-Trump organization. There, like this idea that there were all these FBI agents that were there to foment a rebellion to make Trump look bad is so stupid on so many levels. Like, if they were pro-Biden, why would they be trying to foment a insurrection to try and stop Biden from becoming president? It's like so stupid. It's just stupid. I am so tired of stupid. So many MAGA talking points are just stupid. It's like, I understand sometimes, like there's just a different perspective, but the idea that, there's some sort of like, what's that movie? Forget the name of the movie, but like there's like this layered thing where their FBI is there to try to stir up the rebellion against the rebellion to make Trump look bad, so that when he rebels, it's not so bad that he rebelled, or some, like, it's just weird. Stop being stupid. I don't mind arguments, but I do like stupidity gets on my nerves. And that one's just stupid. It's not even a good argument. It doesn't even make sense with itself. Why would Donald Trump be planning FBI informants on Biden's behalf? Okay. All right. Anyway, Trump told people to protest peacefully. While Trump used the word peacefully once in his 70-minute speech, the speech's overwhelming message was to fight like hell or you won't have a country anymore. He repeated false claims about election fraud, told the crowd to march to the Capitol, and said, you have to show strength. For weeks prior, Trump had been telling supporters the election was stolen and calling them to D.C. for January 6th, promising it could be wild. Context matters. One mention of peaceful doesn't negate the broader incitement. Like, it was literally called Stop the Steal. Like, the whole point that he was trying to make is that the election was stolen and the steal of the election needed to be stopped. So why was it called Stop the Steal if it wasn't about stopping the steal? Was it like they were just going to go down there and say, please don't authorize this election? Why didn't he make a phone call and call in the National Guard while it was going on? Why didn't he tweet and plead with them to stop while it was going on? Why did he wait all those times? Why did he rewind the TV to watch his favorite parts again? Don't tell me that his intention was for it to be peaceful, because his actions show everything but that. And his inaction shows everything but that. It was Antifa disguised as Trump supporters. This has been thoroughly debunked. The hundreds of people arrested and prosecuted were Trump supporters, many of whom had been long documented histories of supporting Trump on social media. They included Proud Boys leaders, Oath Keepers members, and individuals who posted about attending Trump rallies for years. This is another one of those, I can't remember. What's the name of the movie about the guy that goes into people's dreams and all that? Anyway, it's like that on steroids. If they were Antifa, why did Trump pardon them? Many defendants have explicitly stated in court that they were there because Trump told them to be. FBI Director for Christopher Wray testified that there was no evidence of Antifa involvement. And I don't know, like, Antifa, I don't know if she's like, I think she's with Uncle Tifa. But anyway, Trump immediately deployed the National Guard. That's another myth. Trump did not deploy the National Guard during the attack. The Guard was eventually deployed after Pentagon officials consulted with Vice President Pence and congressional leaders. Multiple officials testified that Trump resisted calls to deploy the Guard or to make a statement calling for the violence to stop. Trump's own acting defense secretary testified that Trump never gave an order to deploy the Guard. Pence, not Trump, was the one urgently coordinating with military and law enforcement officials. So the Guard was called in spite of him, not because of him. This idea that somehow it was on Nancy Pelosi is just unconstitutional and wrong. The next myth that I want to address is police let them in and open the doors. While some selectively edited, remember when that happened and they came out with this video that would showed what really happened, as though like halfway through the police opening the doors for some people, like somehow proved that the stuff that happened earlier didn't happen. That's like showing video of when bank robbers weren't robbing the bank to prove the bank robbers didn't rob the bank. Police let them in and opened the doors while some selectively edited videos show officers stepping aside. This occurred only after rioters had already violently breached the Capitol and officers were vastly outnumbered. Officers made tactical decisions to fall back to defensible positions rather than be overrun. The attack began with violent breaches. Windows were smashed, doors were forced open, officers were assaulted. More than 140 officers were injured. The narrative that police welcomed rioters ignores the hours of brutal violence documented on video. Like, there was all the violence that was still there. These selective, cherry-picked moments where there wasn't violence does not mean there was no violence. It just means there was moments where there wasn't violence. So I'm going to whoever it was' point. Nancy Pelosi refused National Guard assistance before January 6th. The reality, the Speaker of the House does not control the National Guard or Capitol Security. Capitol security decisions are made by the Capitol Police Board, and the D.C. National Guard reports to the president. Trump had the authority to deploy the Guard preventively and didn't. Pentagon officials testified that they had concerns about deploying troops due to Trump's reluctance and the optics. Pelosi actually called for the Guard deployment during the attack, while Trump delayed for hours. And actually never did, as we've already covered. Myth, no one has been charged with insurrection, so it wasn't an insurrection. So this is somebody at the beginning wanted to make this argument that it wasn't an insurrection. Insurrection is a descriptive term, not just a criminal charge. Prosecutors often charge crimes that are easier to prove: assault, obstruction, conspiracy, rather than an historically rare charge of insurrection. However, multiple defendants were convicted of seditious conspiracy, a related charge involving plotting to oppose government authority by force. The attack meets the definition of the word insurrection, a violent uprising against government authority. The lack of insurrection charges is a prosecutorial strategy decision, not evidence it wasn't an insurrection. So just because it wasn't prosecuted as an insurrection doesn't mean it doesn't fit the definition of the word, which it does. All right, let's take a quick look. And oh yeah, the summer of 2020 has nothing to do with this. And you know, the summer of 2020 didn't start with a rally by Joe Biden where he sicked people on a federal building and said stop these procedures. Okay, but you actually have a double standard there, Salty. If you say that they're the same and you don't have fault with both, then you have a double standard. I think that there's a huge difference between the summer of 2020 and the George Floyd protests and Donald Trump trying to overthrow the country. All right, so see what does 2020 have to do with this? Honestly, this seems like this is a whataboutism. Like, let's just blow over January 6th. Now, I'm not going to talk about the summer of 2020 because it's not relevant. It doesn't change anything about 2020. It is an excuse to not talk about it. This is what some Trump supporters like to do. They like to hide behind other things when they don't, when things get uncomfortable. When the actual facts aren't what they want to hear. They hide, they run, and they scurry away from the light. What's the source for what? Like there's a lot here, but everything. I mean, I don't even know what you're questioning the source of. Does prosecutors coerce people into guilt? I don't know what that means. Are you asking? I don't think. How do you coerce people into guilty verdicts? Are you saying guilty pleas? Are you asking if prosecutors coerce people into guilty pleas? There's no indication that anybody pled guilty because they were coerced. So I don't understand why you would think that's relevant. Like this happened. This is not like some imaginary thing. Like we watched it on TV. Yes, this is true. Source: court documents, Epps testimony, DOJ testimony. Each of these things, there's all kinds of sources. None of it. It's like not like any of this was made up or something. And you know, if you want to challenge it, if you want to look it up, go ahead. Like, but it's all 100% true. The media twist everything around with Trump. Yeah, just that. Like that doesn't make something true. Are you related to the other guy that's an overcompensator? I mean, we watched the thing live on TV. It's not like this was a made up thing. So Rainbow, hey Rainbow, how you doing? I don't know if you said hi when you came in. Not misled. I base my beliefs on facts and statistics. I take note of others' perspectives and try to see where they are coming from. I'm not misled. I'm open-minded. Okay, but you're the one saying what about? What, like, yes. Liberals say whataboutism. Logical people recognize a whataboutism. You're the one trying to dismiss what happened on January 6th with what happened on in the November. I would also say it's a false equivalence. I would also say it's a straw man. There's all kinds of fallacies that are being employed when you make it about the summer of 2020. But none of it has anything to do with what happened on January 6th. Even if you want to say that people on in the summer of 2020 were wrong, which is a whole other conversation, it doesn't justify what happened on January 6th. It doesn't make what Donald Trump did legal. It doesn't make what happened not an insurrection. It was an attempt, a violent attempt to overthrow the democratically elected government. I don't even know what my sick burn. Oh, was it the overcompensator? Antifa stormed Normandy, fascists stormed the Capitol. Yeah, if you're like Matt, if you think Antifa is your enemy, you're kind of telling on yourself. You kind of lose the right to get mad when people call you a fascist if you oppose Antifa. They also believe the Earth is the center of the universe, so not a lot of credibility with them. They think the United States is the center of the universe. Like they literally think that the rest of the world should be America first. You had Stephen Miller throwing a rant that other countries don't put America first. Well, like what would they have if they didn't have fallacies? No, that's not true. And if somebody does do that to avoid talking about the bad thing that liberals did, then they are wrong. But now you're whataboutisms. That's just like whataboutism squared. Can you stay on January 6th, buddy? Can you talk about January 6th? They would vote for Trump because he had abused children with Epstein and promised a vindictive dictatorship from day one. Then why do you ask so right to Biden did this, Biden? You're falling back into your own crutch. Anything to avoid talking about what actually happened on January 6th. Was January 6th Antifa? Okay, so let's go back to this. The myth: Ray Epps was a federal agent provocateur. Remember Ray Epps? There was actually he like had to run and hide. Ray Epps was not a federal agent. He was a Trump supporter who was present on January 6th and initially wasn't charged because he didn't enter the Capitol building. He cooperated with investigators and was eventually charged with a misdemeanor. The conspiracy theory about Epps gained traction because he was feeling we need to go into the Capitol the night before, but this doesn't make him a federal agent. It makes him someone who said something incriminating before the attacks. Epps has faced death threats based on this conspiracy theory. He had to go hole up in a trailer home or in a mobile home somewhere in Colorado or something so that he wouldn't get killed by other MAGAs. So here we go. This is the one that people were trying to use. The BLM protests caused more damage and violence than January 6th. This is a false equivalence. While some BLM protests in 2020 included property damage, they were not attempts to overturn an election or prevent the peaceful transfer of power. January 6th was targeted attack on the U.S. Capitol during the certification of a presidential election with the explicit goal of preventing that certification. The attack threatened the vice president, members of Congress, and the constitutional process itself. It's not a question of which caused more damage. It's about the intent and target. An attack on democratic institutions is categorically different from protests about violence rather than regardless of property damage. Like January 6th can be wrong, and the people that rioted during the protest can be wrong too, but they don't. That doesn't mean either one excuses the other. Ashley Babbitt was murdered by police without justification. Ashley Babbitt was shot while attempting to breach a barricaded door leading to the speaker's lobby, where members of Congress were sheltering mere feet away. Video shows her attempting to climb through a broken window in the door after being repeatedly warned by armed officers. The officer who shot her was protecting members of Congress from an active threat. The DOJ investigated and declined to press charges, finding these shootings were justified. While her death is tragic, she was participating in an attack on the Capitol and was shot while attempting to breach the last barrier protecting lawmakers. I know that Donald Trump gave her mom all this money. That only proves that Donald Trump is an asshole. It doesn't prove that she was justified or that they were wrong. The January 6th defendants are political prisoners being targeted unfairly. January 6 defendants are being prosecuted through the regular criminal well, they were, with access to legal representation and due process. Sentences varied based on individual conduct. Those who simply trespassed received lighter sentences or probation, while those who assaulted officers or engaged in conspiracy received harsher penalties. This is how the justice system works. Many defendants have pleaded guilty, acknowledging their crimes, going back to the person that was like asking if they were coerced or something. There's no evidence of any of that. Calling them political prisoners falsely equates normal criminal prosecution with political persecution. Over 1,000 people have been charged with convictions ranging from misdemeanors to seditious conspiracy. There is no evidence that any of those prosecutions were treated any differently than anybody else has ever prosecuted. They weren't treated any differently in jail. There was no difference between the way that they were prosecuted and the way your typical black man is prosecuted. But it's the only time you ever heard about the unfairness in the justice system is when a bunch of white supremacists got justified. All right. I think yeah. We're talking about January 6th today. I'm a real American. Ashley was a threat and was neutralized. Yes. Most sat in jail for a year without a court date. So much for speedy. You know, there are people that are sit in jail for a year without a court date all the time, dude. Do you partly is because there were so many of them, yes. But do you think those are the only people that ever happened to? Do you think that doesn't? There were people that spent years in prison, years in jail, without a hearing or without a court date. You never hear, I don't see you complaining. Like, you know, black people, that was a guy that spent like 3 years in solitary confinement. Ended up killing himself because he went insane. Never even was charged with, never got a court hearing at all. Oh yeah, so that area. Do Republicans? You can't tell everything exactly as someone else. Tone, emotions, language, and other things can change the meaning of things or how they are received. Be wary. Be wary. The 6th of January seditious and cowardly plot. I know of no reason why GOP treason should ever be forgotten. And we're going to get into this next. I think we tend to look at it too much as just January 6th. As I said, January 6th was the tip of the spear. It wasn't the spear. The spear was the Green Bay sweep. I'd rather be an American than a maggot. I don't like to use the word maggot. I know I probably said this before, but I don't like using dehumanizing language, even with people I disagree with. They waive the right. That's why I also don't use things like the R word or illegals or anything like that. They waive the right to a speedy trial, idiot. You have to. Dude, look it up. Do you really think that nobody else has ever spent time in jail waiting for a trial? There are riots. If you look at, like, I think it was, anyway, I don't even want to get into the Floyd riot, the protests and the riots, because there were two different things, and it also is completely irrelevant to January 6th. This is like, but black people, that's what it is. It's okay when white people do it. No, it's, dude, do some research. It's not, these people were not treated any differently than anybody else. All right. So what was the Green Bay sweep? The Green Bay sweep was a coordinated strategy devised by Peter Navarro, Trump's trade advisor, to delay and ultimately overturn the certification of the 2020 election. Named after Vince Lombardi's famous football play, the plan relied on a sequence of coordinated actions by members of Congress, with January 6th serving as the crucial deadline. The insurrection wasn't a spontaneous riot. It was the violent culmination of a multi-week effort to prevent Biden's certification. The Green Bay sweep was a very well coordinated, and it was designed to get us 24 hours of time. We were going to challenge the results of the election in the 6 battleground states, which would give us 24 hours to basically get the evidence to the American people. This is Peter Navarro that said this on live TV. He said it during an interview with Ari, what's his name, the MSNBC guy. The 3-phase strategy. Phase 1, pre-January 6th, the groundwork. The plan was to require, the plan required extensive preparation before January 6th arrived. Trump and allies filed dozens of lawsuits challenging election results, nearly all dismissed. I think only they won one of them, but it was overturned later, and it was kind of bogus anyway. Pressure campaign on state legislature, and I don't want to go into the whole, they were dismissed on standing. Yeah, a lot of them were dismissed on standing, but that's because he didn't have standing. And it also, like a lot of the ones where they dismissed on standings, they also dismissed on merit. Pressure campaign on state legislature. I mean, people, like lawyers, lost their licenses over these things. They were so bad. Pressure campaign on state legislatures to appoint alternate electors or to certify results. Remember that? The alternate electors? Like, that didn't all happen on January 6th. They had people pretend to be electors. They signed their names, forged their names on papers from different states. This did not happen overnight. And they had the same wording. These were coordinated centrally. Recruitment of Republican senators and representatives to object to electoral votes from swing states. As far as I'm concerned, every single senator and representative that participated in this should be barred from ever running for office again. That's according to the Constitution. They participated in an insurrection. They should not be allowed to run for office. Public messaging campaign claiming widespread fraud to prime supporters for action, including Donald Trump's tweeting and Fox News broadcasting and interviews and all of that. They pressured Vice President Pence to refuse to certify results, and basically Donald Trump all but made a death threat to Mike Pence. Organization of Save America rally for January 6th with explicit call to action. So all this happened before January 6th. Acting like January 6th happened independently of everything that happened before it is just naive and stupid or willfully ignorant. So phase 2, the January 6th execution. The plan called for coordinated objections to buy time and create chaos. Senators and representatives this was what the plan was that they would object to electoral votes from Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada. Each objection requires 2 hours of debate, up to 12 hours total. And so they would just object and object and object and delay the certification, because it says they have to be certified on January 6th. So the whole idea was that they could delay it long enough, then the certification would be invalid. During debate, Trump allies present evidence of fraud to generate public pressure, which, of course, there was no evidence of fraud because there was no fraud. Then Pence was supposed to reject the electoral votes or send them back to the states, but he refused to do that, which that killed the whole plan right there. That's why the tweet, that's why the riot. That's why, what's his name? The old guy from Iowa. The guy that's the senior senator. Can't think of his name. Anyway, he thought he was going to take it over. And he tweeted something about it that day. He thought Mike Pence maybe wouldn't show up and he would be in charge of the procedure. The goal, delay certification for 24 plus hours to continue building pressure on legislature. Phase 3, the disruption aftermath. So what the plan was is that if you could get to the 24 hours, then you would be able to throw the election up into the air and then have this thing where each state, all the representatives and senators come together and they each get a vote. And so there's 50 votes, and then each of those states vote for who they think should be president or who won or whatever. And there were more Republican states than Democratic states. And so that was how the plan was supposed to work. That was the Green Bay sweep. January 6th was just a part of it. It wasn't the whole thing. What actually happened when the plan met reality, the peaceful protest turned into a violent insurrection. Rather than orderly objections, Congress was forced to evacuate. The certification process was delayed by hours, not through legal objections, but through violence. Trump resisted deploying security forces, watching the attack unfold on television, and again, rewinding the TV so he could see his favorite parts again. Just think about that. Think about that. When Congress reconvened, some Republican senators who had planned to object withdrew their objections. Lindsey Graham's, like, if you haven't watched Lindsey Graham's speech on that day, watch it. That man was lit like a Christmas tree. The plan failed. Biden's certification was completed in the early hours of January 6th. So the key players in this were Peter Navarro, Steve Bannon, John Eastman, Rudy Giuliani, Representative Paul Gosar, Representative Mo Brooks, Senator Ted Cruz, Senator Josh Hawley. They were supposed to be the ones, those were the elected representatives who, among others, were supposed to, be objecting to the votes. Understanding the Green Bay sweep is crucial because it reveals that January 6th was not a spontaneous event or protest that got out of hand. It was the culmination of a deliberate, multi-week strategy to overturn a democratic election. The violence, and this is what I mean when I say they were trying to overthrow the government. They were literally trying to change who would be governing. That's an insurrection. The violence served the same purpose as the planned congressional objections to delay certification and create enough chaos to justify extraordinary measures. The plan failed because enough officials, most notably Vice President Pence, refused to violate their constitutional oaths. But the attempt itself represents an unprecedented attack on American democracy, one that relied on constitutional exploitation, political pressure, political misinformation, and ultimately political violence. The Green Bay sweep shows that January 6th wasn't just a riot, it was an insurrection with a plan. So that's it for that. January 6th was an insurrection. Donald Trump tried to overthrow the government, period. End of story. Let's go look through some of these. Okay. All right. So we got, there's some, do you know which? I don't remember talking about the Nigerian Christian thing. I think I might have talked about it a little bit. But yeah, it's not just Christians in Nigeria that were being persecuted or murdered. There were also like lots of Nigerian Muslims. Like there's legitimate problems in Nigeria. It's just not a Christian persecution. I have no idea what that even means. It's been documented. What do you think Stop the Steal meant? Of course, they had this plan based on precedent. Yes, they definitely planned it. You were God curious. And I don't know what Justin's talking about here. I think he's talking to somebody else. Oh, he's talking to Rainbow. He's still not talking about January 6th. You just I wonder why Justin is so afraid to talk about January 6th. Seems like he wants to talk about everything but January 6th. Yeah, oh yes. Unfortunately, Mamdani cannot be president. He wasn't born here. Although, like a lot of the Muslims, I made a video on this that you might be interested in. There's all this, like all the attacks on him and how he's Sharia law or whatever that is. His dad is a professor at Columbia University who literally wrote the book on using these kind of smears against Muslims. Like when I say literal, I mean like he wrote an actual book about how in American elections we use Muslim as a smear and use things like Sharia law as a smear. Whether I mean, like, I don't know why you have to say some bitch in your retort here. Yes, a woman that was like personally witnessed things and you can actually see it happen through a window. But sure. I mean, some people would argue that, like, some people were saying that Trump lied when he said he was going to go down there with him. And so some people might look at that and say, see, he meant it. So that's, to me, it's sort of irrelevant because he told them to go down there. If you are a liberal, so if anybody that disagrees with you is in a cult, it's funny how, like the people that pray to like little golden Trump statues think that we're in a cult. Like, who is our cult leader? Like, I would love it. I would love it if we were in a cult. I would be happy if we were in a cult because at least then we would have a leader. Right now, there's no leader. Who's the leader of our cult? Justin, go put on your MAGA cap, wave your Trump flag, and never talk ill of dear leader. Yep, it's Democrats in a cult, right? Like the people that have Trump's name tattooed on their face. If you have Trump's name tattooed on your face, you might be in a cult. Like, who's the guy that drives around with the Trump mannequin in his truck, has Trump tattooed on his face and all that? Yeah, but we're in a cult. I don't think most people. I'm not sure that. I don't understand what you think. Is that like, honestly, Justin? Do you think that's productive? Do you think that's actually like? Do you think people are going to be like, "Oh, wow, he got me there," and they're going to stare at their crack pipe shamefully? Like, do you think that only liberals have crack pipes and all liberals have crack pipes? Like, what do you think? Like, why is it that you cannot have a substance-based conversation with the Trump supporter? Why can't you talk about the actual topic? Like, you keep deflecting in so many different ways, Justin, and I'm seriously asking if you could challenge yourself to really honestly consider something and actually have a substantive debate. Prove me wrong about something if you want. That's fine. But just saying things like crack pipe, I'm not a liberal, I don't do drugs, that's not a substantive debate. That's avoiding one. And if you're avoiding one, why is that? Could it be that you're afraid? Are you like actually afraid of thinking? Are you afraid of facts? Are you afraid of engaging in a reality-based conversation? Because you might have to change your mind. And if you change your mind about one thing, you might have to change your mind about a lot of things. Look, is that the case? Consider it. Just food for thought. There is a irony that people that talk about Sharia law and also like they try to scare us off from Sharia law also are the ones that are trying to get the 10 Commandments hung up in schools. I ask how many of you in the room own Trump flags. I have never. I get like lawn signs ahead of elections. I do put in lawn signs. Never gotten a flag for anybody. Never gotten a T-shirt for anybody. Didn't even get a T-shirt for Obama. I campaigned for Clinton. No T-shirts. No tattoos. I don't know how we went. Yeah. Talk about MAGA dressing and cuss. No Trump hat, no Trump flag. Keep Pritchard. Okay, we're not the ones. Are you saying nobody wears? How are we projecting? We don't have Biden hats or Harris flags or Biden flags. But I mean, are you suggesting that MAGA hats aren't our thing? Like, we're not like, you cannot engage in a reality-based conversation, dude. Anybody that tries that hard to not have a conversation knows they're wrong. Who wants to join a single digit approval rating? If you're okay. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. What I do know is that There's been a seismic shift towards the Democratic Party in the elections. You can talk all you want about polling, but hey, Donald Trump is not exactly blowing the polling away. But when you talk about the voting, like votes have been shifting 10, 15 points in over to the left ever since Trump won. So I don't think that the Democratic Party is unpopular as you think, and I don't think that Trump is as popular as you think. I do own. I think, did you mean to say I don't own a single item with a politician's name on it other than a sticker? Hmm. I don't know what that has to do. I don't know who Mohammed is or what 9-year-old. Haven't you seen the rallies? Yes. Trump's back in office. Keep crying. That sounds like talking about Trump. So you like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Who WTO protests? I don't understand. Who is Mohammed? I don't know what you're talking about. You're old enough to know what WTO was. I have no idea what you're talking about. I really don't. Justin fantasizes about hurting his political opponents. Such a big, strong man. It's like anything to avoid actual having a conversation. I'm just clicking through the comments, dude. I have not seen you ever make a comment that has to do with the conversation. I'm just clicking through them in order, dude. Justin hanging on by his fingernails. Looking for something now, Justin. Anyway, Justin, do you have anything to say about January 6th, or it's just all about everything but January 6th? All Democrats in this chat, I would like to let you know I'm a Christian, but I respect everyone for a religious reason. I'm a Christian. I just respect people have religious freedom. A Democrat went to prison for being right. This is their whole, anytime if a Democrat ever did anything wrong, it justifies anything a Republican ever did. You might be sitting there laughing, but one thing you're not doing is engaging in a substantive conversation that has anything to do with anything anybody is saying. All right, so let's go back here. I just want to know, where does Matt actually want the U.S. to go? How do they want this country to turn out? And, this is what I've been trying to talk about for a while. And I don't know, maybe someday I'll be able to have a conversation. But I really wish we could talk about issues and things rather than Democrats versus Trump supporters or MAGAs or whatever. Like, there's so many things that, like, the country needs to do things, and we never have those conversations because it's just like, what about Biden? Like, what do you idiots like to say? Google it. I don't know. I still don't know what WTO is. Well, if Trump can just make the rules, why can't any other person? Oh, I don't. World Trade Organization? Maybe. I don't know what I see. Sometimes it's like right-wing conspiracy theories are hard to keep up with. Like they have their own little coded language and stuff. Well, I know who the Prophet Muhammad is. I just don't understand what relevance he has to this conversation. Yeah. By the way, I'm Machine Pun Kelly on Blue Sky and Twitter. If anybody wants to follow me on there that doesn't already, and Threads. And hey, if you're watching and you're not subscribed to my YouTube channel, click subscribe. That would be swell. Okay, cult Islam, fake Christian Democrat Party. What does that mean, Rudy? Like, do you think that like is an argument that is going to persuade people something? Like, what is the point of a comment? I honestly do not understand what the point of some of these comments are. Like, do you think somebody's going to go, "Oh, wow, I'm in a Islamic cult. I'm a fake Christian. Like, what do you think? Somebody's going to be like persuaded by that? Can you have a conversation? Can you have a discussion about something? Does it have to be so adversarial and acrimonious? Dems want everyone broken. Do you really think that's true? Do you think that's what we want? Why would you? What is the point of saying that? What if I told you I don't want everyone broken and enslaved? Like, what does it mean you want the US to grow as a nation? Grow how? Let's have a talk. Let's talk about real things. Instead of just making categorical sweeping statements that are utterly and completely and totally meaningless. That comment, if nobody had ever made it, or if everybody, like that comment has absolutely zero impact on any conversation ever. There's no point in saying it. It might make you feel better, but it means nothing at all. Like if you're going to say something that matters. Islam is not a disease. I've had conversations with Trump supporters here that have been productive. It's possible, but they have to want to have a conversation first. Like you can't have a good conversation with somebody that's conversing in bad faith. Yeah, or it's seeing Joe Biden, like the painting of Joe Biden being tied up, or Kamala Harris being tied up on the back of the tail to make it look like they're like things like that, and wearing a coat. I don't know why you think why do you think I have to cope with how much you love Trump? Why again, why can't you guys talk? Why can't you talk? Why does it have to be this adversarial? Why is it that way? I'm honestly asking. Can you actually have an actual conversation? Dude was being an ass is the relevance. That seems to be like, I think sometimes that just is what it is. They just want to be like, they want to be offensive, and they want to be hostile, and they want to be angry because somehow it makes them feel better. Like, but to me, like, that would make me feel small. Like, I would feel like that's like going up to some, like if you were to go on the basketball court and talk a bunch of smack and then refuse to play anybody. That's what it's like. Just, I'd own you anyway. Like, I'd be telling LeBron James, I own you anyway. I'd own you. You're not worth my time. I'm just better than you. And then I don't play. I never back it up. And then I walk away with my chest puffed out, acting all tough. Well, I've done nothing but bloviate. That's what all that stuff comes out fast. Like, if you want to talk, let's talk. If you want to play ball, if you want to play one-on-one, let's play one-on-one. If you want to have a conversation, let's have a conversation. If you want to have a debate, let's have a debate. But just this trash talk with nothing behind it is just cowardly. There's actually 2 Machine Gun Kellys. I'm not either one of them. There was the Machine Gun Kelly that was the actual original Machine Gun Kelly, who was the gangster. And then there's Machine Gun Kelly, the rapper. But I am Machine Pun Kelly. And if you knew me in real life, you would absolutely know that that is me. Nobody who knows me has ever said you need to have more puns. Oh, by the way, here's a January 6th pun for you. How come Donald Trump doesn't drive a sedan? He prefers coups. Get it? Like coupe. Anyway. So anyway, January 6th, exactly. We segued back there nicely. So does anybody actually want to talk about January 6th? Like, it was an insurrection. It was an attempt to overthrow the government. All your stuff about, National Guard, this and all of that is completely debunked. Why is it that you're okay supporting a man that tried to overthrow the government? That's why they have to hide behind insults and trash talk, because they know if you actually peel back all the excuses and all the propaganda and all the lies, Donald Trump tried to overthrow the government. Donald Trump was a traitor. Donald Trump was an insurrectionist. Those are facts. And when you expose the facts, you also expose the cowards. Whether it was 5 years ago is not that long ago. And it's not all we have, but so you admit that Donald Trump tried to overthrow the government, Dustin? Anyway. What I don't understand what deporting people has to do with January 6th. This is an objective fact. Christians have killed more Christians than anybody else. Host, if you read this as a liberal, I will no longer engage with MAGA in good faith. You are trying to apply logic and reason to a group of people who deserve both in favor of feelings. I understand your feeling. I understand where you're coming from. I absolutely do. After all, I'm the one having all these attacks or all these comments aimed at me. But I appreciate you. I appreciate you for suffering with me. I have blue jeans. Does that mean now I'm singing Forever in Blue Jeans to myself. So, Neil Diamond or Billy Joel? Who do you got? I've been thinking about that lately for some reason. The God of I'm not gonna. We can't abandon them and expect to make very much progress. We don't need them in our side. Our goal cannot be civil war with MAGA. Our goal should be to move forward as a nation, addressing issues as issues. And this is why I say this over and over again. I want us to get to a point as a society where we can discuss issues instead of parties. I think parties are killing us. I think if you could sit down and talk with somebody and just not have, defending or attacking Trump as the premise of the conversation. I have, as I've mentioned before on here and mentioned a lot on social media, I mill my own flour and I make my own bread with my home milled flour and everything. And there's a trad wife that I follow on YouTube and subscribe to her email because she's really good with like recipes, and I've learned a lot about baking bread from fresh made flour with her, fresh milled flour. And she tends to get a little political, and she's always come across as MAGA to me. Like usually there's like, and when she goes into politics, it's MAGA stuff, which is what you would expect from a trad wife. But she sent out an email yesterday talking about stealing the oil. She was just pissed about that. Like, you never know. I think there are some Trump supporters who are he's lost on the Epstein thing. I think that there's a chunk of them that have been lost there. I think there's a chunk of them that are being lost on the Venezuela thing and just openly admitting it's about the oil. And I think there's also some that are going to be lost on losing their health care. I think I would have hoped there would have been some lost on the whole January 6th thing, but here we are with him president again. But I think there's, you never know. And it's not like we need to peel away a whole bunch of them. He didn't even win a majority of the votes. No, they're not in the room with me right now, but that does not mean they don't exist. I don't know what LBJ said to Democrats or what it has to do with anything at all. Justin, you're the only one raging here, friend. It's a major problem for all sides. It is, and I wish we could, immigration is a real issue that we need to talk about and need to solve. The national debt is a real issue we need to really talk about and really solve. Healthcare is a real issue we need to talk about and really solve. We need to get past just finger pointing and two sidesism and talk about issues. Because when you start talking about issues, there's more than two alternatives. There's multiple ideas, multiple opportunities, or multiple options. And you can take the good things from this and the good things from that. Forget about which side it is. Different people might have different positive ideas. And when you're not talking about parties, when you're talking about the ideas and you're talking about the things that you're trying to make better, maybe you can come up with something better than with what either party alone would come up with. Like, I'd rather have 100 people making a decision and thinking through it together and studying it together and coming up with something together than two parties doing it. It's funny, people think using all caps is yelling. Some people can read a lot. Well, I mean, generally that's the etiquette. It's like saying that raising your voice isn't yelling because some people hear better when you yell. I didn't say that completely right. Oh, well. I'm sorry if I misunderstood something. Look up State's quote about the anti-Semite. First part. Oh, sorry. I don't know what that is. That's an internal conversation. I haven't been following any proof. Trump is a. I don't know why you're talking about Trump being a pedophile or not. I do know this, Justin. And it's not like the Epstein files to me is not about whether or not Donald Trump is a pedophile. The Epstein files to me is that there were over 1,000 girls who were violated, who were raped, who were molested. They were minors. They were used. Some of them ended their own lives because of the trauma they dealt with. Right now, they deserve justice. And Donald Trump had a close relationship with Epstein while all of this was going on. Donald Trump drew a picture of a naked girl and joked about how how Epstein liked them young. Epstein used his club. He used Mar-a-Lago to recruit these girls. He had over a dozen phone numbers for Donald Trump in his personal phone, a little address book thing. Like there was clearly a relationship while he was doing all this stuff. I know there's, Donald Trump claims that once he found out, he ended the relationship. But this was just at the very end of right before Epstein got prosecuted. The 15 years before that, they were buddies. So while Epstein was doing all this stuff, he was close friends with Donald Trump. Enough that Donald Trump was sending him birthday cards, hand-drawn birthday cards with inside jokes. So whether and now we know that he's slow walking the release of the Epstein files. We know that some of the Epstein files have been unnecessarily redacted. And I don't know if you saw any of the episode, but Resistance Kitty is actually, she was a guest on the show recently and talked about this because she's put together this Epstein wiki. There is a lot of stuff with Trump and Epstein that is really, really provable and really, really problematic. And I'm not saying for sure that there's even any evidence that Donald Trump was ever accused of anything. I know that the attorneys for the victims said that when they talked to the when they were talking to people after the plea deal, the bogus plea deal with Epstein, that Donald Trump was like the one person that would like really try to help them a little bit, right? That really would talk to them. But that to me indicates Donald Trump has something to say. Why isn't Donald Trump saying to us what he said to them? Why is he trying to make it seem like he didn't know Epstein or barely had anything to do with him? Like there's stuff about this that I have questions about, and any reasonable person should have questions about. I'll give you that pun pretty good. That, like, when I thought of the name Machine Pun Kelly, I was like, that is me. That's like, because it's actually a pun too, but I've got like lots of puns. Okay, so this is I'm assuming about Maduro. So this is if you watch Lawrence O'Donnell from last night, this was really interesting. He looked at the actual indictment, and there's only one aspect of the crimes that Maduro was indicted for. And it was actually like 7 years before they even got married. It was like in 2007. The indictment alleges that his wife, who, he didn't even know yet, had a meeting with the cartel and to introduce cartel members to certain politicians in exchange for money. And so somehow, so she's indicted, and then he's a co-conspirator with her. I was thinking, as most people probably would, that she was being indicted because she was a co-conspirator with him. But that's the actual only criminal allegation, the only direct allegation that's in the indictment. You have access to Google. No, everything I said was a fact. Those aren't opinions. None of the things I said are opinions. Do you call that kidnapping? Or actually, no. Somebody can kidnap a bad person and it's still kidnapping. There is zero official. I don't know what you're saying there is zero official proof of. What makes proof official? Like there is actual proof of the birthday card. Yes. All right. So I'm missing something with Epstein WN. Okay, but there were weapons. There were weapons. Like I covered this. There were weapons. There were guns. There were knives. There were weapons. There were people convicted of having weapons. Number two, there don't have to be weapons for it to be an insurrection. It was a violent attempt to change who won the election, to change the actual government. That is an insurrection by definition. The wife was involved with her brother as a narco queen. Whatever. I don't know why we would be concerned about that as the United States government. It's not our job to anyway, whatever. It was a route, it was an insurrection. We went over this. And I spent over an hour going over it. You guys say that he kidnapped. No, kidnapped. Yes, that's legally what happened to him. If somebody robs a bank and I rob the bank robber as he leaves the bank, and I keep the money that I robbed, and then you would say, how can you be how can what you did, if I robbed the bank robber, I still am guilty of robbery, right? Even though the bank robber was bad, it doesn't make what I did okay. You see what I'm saying? Maduro can be bad. That does not make what we did okay. It's still illegal what we did. We went into another country. We bombed the capital city. We knocked out their power. We sent our military in. We killed about 80 of their civilians. We captured their president and his wife. And we brought them out of the country to stand trial in our own country. All of that is illegal. All that is kidnapping. That Maduro was a bad person is a straw man. What we did is still illegal. If I robbed the bank robber having robbed the bank does not change what I did. It was a riot, but it was also an insurrection. It was, like I said, it was the tip of the spear. It was not the spear. The entire thing has to be considered. And Justin, if you had been paying attention instead of trying to detract, we wouldn't be having to have this conversation again. I don't know what you're talking about. I think the riot. I think they're talking about the riot as January 6th and the kidnapping as Maduro. Oh, did we? Okay. So on that note, I need to take a quick break. But as I take this quick break, I made a song that I want to play for you while I take my break.
In the digital town square, a battle cry rings. A war on the squiggles, the trouble it brings. They type with a fury, the caps lock ablaze. A grammatical wasteland, a confusing haze. Whose tracks are what's freedom? The meaning is lost. A punctuation holocaust at any cost. It's the MAGA war on apostrophes, a linguistic catastrophe. They're taking our commas, they're stealing our tense. For the children learning, this makes no sense. Listen closely now. It's spelled I-O-U apostrophe R-E. Just like you are, but with an apostrophe. It's not that hard, I promise, you see. Apostrophe.
I'm back. What did you guys think of my song? Are you ready to take on the MAGA war on apostrophes? So, anyway, weird how derogatory language is such a suddenly a problem with. Yeah, I have been called variations of the R word, a communist, a socialist, a leftist, a Marxist, a fascist, a Nazi. I have been called so many things. I don't have many. I would make a good anarchist. Like I love it. I like people that have to overcompensate with their name. It's like like the bald guy that calls himself Curly or something. Yes, you know who I'm talking about, Mr. Huge phallic. Uh we don't need free healthcare immigrants. We don't need free healthcare. Immigrants need to pay to get here. Um well, all kinds of things. Okay. So, any comments on my song? No? All right. Ah, there we go. That was the most beautiful thing I've heard. I just, um, I, uh, I don't know if you were able to, like how big it shows up on the phone screen, but all those tweets were actually at me, and everybody calling saying like you're an idiot or you're a moron, or my favorite, you're a idiot, um, and all missing the apostrophe. Like if you're going to insult my intelligence, at least be grammatically correct in your insult. Uh, thank you, Mark. So, how to make a good gay joke? I don't really find homosexual. I don't even understand like why, like gay jokes are supposed to be funny. Like, what is the punchline? Like, how like would a hetero joke be funny? Like, I don't understand. Sorry, I am not feeling well today. I don't understand even like why that is supposed to be funny. Yeah, of course you would think so, bees. I imagine you're probably homophobic, but I'm also imagining that that gay men wouldn't be attracted to you any more than women are. I think you probably have a different view of yourself than like virtually any other human being with taste would. But maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Thank you. I would hope gay men would not be attracted to another man. I'd love to see your Pornhub searches there, Mister Keeper of Bees. I'm Trump, the best president in the last 20 years. Really? Like I honestly wonder, like when people say things like this, do they really believe it? Or is it just this is like what I was saying about substance and actually having discussions about issues. Because really, I mean, like if we're being honest, what is Donald Trump actually done, even from an optimistic scenario? Like what has he actually done? He has had ostensibly, he's only in between his two terms. He's only had two major pieces of legislation passed. The first one was getting his the tax cuts for the wealthy passed the first time, and the second time was getting his tax cuts for the wealthy the second time. The wall, whatever that accounts, but it hasn't, allegedly the wall didn't really, for all it was supposed to do, and it kept immigrants out, didn't really change anything. He's frozen asylum, a human right, But that, like the whole, stop illegal immigrants thing is really just about stopping legal immigration through means he doesn't like. Like he stopped asylum, he's stopped um any kind of humane receiving of people from foreign countries. But in terms of actual like illegal immigrants, he hasn't done much other than deport like moms and teachers and stuff. Um, he's like bombed a bunch of countries. He's invaded Venezuela. He's like, what has he done? Like, what has he actually done other than like, if you take the hyperbole out of it and you take the cruelty out of it, what has he actually accomplished? Like, even if you give him like mass deportations or something, how has that made America better? What aspect of America is now better because of Donald Trump? Like, what measurable thing is there that he has improved? Because I honestly don't know of any. There, like you can talk about some things like gas prices, but that's not because he did something. That's just something that happened while he was president. The international price of oil is down to $60 a barrel. That doesn't have anything to do with Donald Trump. What has he actually done? The illegal rate, I don't know what the illegals are. You talking about illegal border crossings? But that's just because of it's illegal border crossings is like a meaningless statistic. Illegal border crossings does not matter. Like it absolutely has no meaning on anything. Why do you think that illegal border, because legal border crossings and number of people coming here illegally are two entirely different things. Okay, what did the First Step Act do? Why? How did the First Step Act make America better? Okay, so let's looking at it. This, I think this was, if this is, yeah, this was like an enormously bipartisan thing. This is not something he championed or authored or spearheaded or anything like that. This is what I mean. Like, there are some things that happened while he was president, but they didn't happen because he was president. That would have gone through no matter what. It was like it passed with a veto-proof majority in both houses. He didn't campaign on it. It wasn't like his idea. He just happened to sign it into law, and he didn't have a choice about it. Like, I'm asking, what did he do? Like, what is, like, the Affordable Care Act is something that wouldn't have happened without Barack Obama, right? The infrastructure plan in 2024 wouldn't have happened without Joe Biden. I'm asking about that. Like, and the Trump tax cuts would not have happened without Trump. What is something that happened because of Donald Trump? Something he championed, something he spearheaded, something he actually made happen. Now, the wall, I'll give you that, but I don't think the wall did anything to make America better. Trump trying to get rid of racism. That, how has that made America better? Like, you're other than you misconstruing what DEI is and racism is, objectively, how has that made America better? He deported a child with cancer. I seek asylum from my. I don't even know what that means. Like none of that. Like you are incapable of actually having a real conversation, bees. Uh, like people don't understand what asylum is, why we have it. They don't understand the history of it. They don't understand how to seek it. They don't understand anything about it, but they're so full of opinions. I don't know what. Oh no, no, no! That is not a lie. You're talking to that kitty. No, he deported a person with cancer. He deported a child with cancer. And they tried to make this justification where like the mom wanted it or something, and then it turns out that was the lie. You're watching the fake news and accusing somebody else of watching the fake news. The fake news is that the mom didn't want it. They had somebody to be a caregiver for the child. Just admit it. Well, okay. Can you tell me, like, why is this your reaction? What do you think that accomplishes? Do you like? You guys hated Biden. You guys complained about Biden nonstop. You guys complained about Obama nonstop. You guys investigated and complained about Clinton nonstop. I think Donald Trump is a terrible person and a terrible president. I'm allowed to say that. The difference is I have facts that I'm willing to discuss, and you don't. If you might have facts, but you're not willing to discuss them, and I know that because you're not talking about them. Tax breaks for everyone is great. No, it's not, actually. Because it also comes with spending cuts. And tax breaks for the wealthy at the expense of benefits for the poor is not great. It's not great. It's not great for the country. It actually has a regressive impact on the country. It results in wealth transfer from the poor to the rich. Donald Trump is taking money from the poorest people in the country and giving it to the richest people in the country. That's not great. That does not make America better. All right, you just admit you're going to defend Trump no matter what he does. He literally tried to overthrow the country, and that's what we're talking. 5 years ago today, he watched TV and cheered on as people tried to overthrow our country at his direction. And you're defending him. And your defense of him is that we have the audacity to criticize that. No tax on overtime, no tax on tips. Yeah, this totally does not make America better. Does nothing to make America better. Quantitatively, it doesn't do anything. These are little they sound good, but no tax on overtime. Most people don't benefit from that. Most people don't even make that much overtime pay. And the tax on that overtime pay is almost nothing. Most people don't make tips. Why not have lower taxes on everybody that makes that amount of money? Why is it that just tips count? And it's only earned it's only federal income tax. It's not, you still have to pay the taxes on the Social Securities. Yeah, spreading transphobia is indeed another heinous act of Trump. Trump is trying to make people on government. Is he? Like, he's not. People already have that job. And then he's trying. What about people that can't work? What about people that have children or have parents that they're taking care of? What about people that are caring for other people? And so they don't have the time to work. They don't have, like, who's going to take care of the parents? Like, you have these moms that are called sandwich moms, where they have children and they have parents, like elderly parents that they have to take care of. What about them? There's not, like, this idea that there are all these people that are, just sitting around on the public dole and not working. And this is also Medicaid that you're talking about. People on Medicaid, you don't collect Medicaid. You don't, like, sit there and just, like, get a Medicaid check. If you're on Medicaid and you get sick and you go to the doctor, the government pays for your health care. And it's not the same thing. So how does that make America better? There's something called a multiplier. All right. And a multiplier means that money paid, the less money you make, like the government, each time the government gives you that money, like for SNAP benefits, for instance, then you go to the grocery store and you spend that money. And if you've got, like, a community with 10,000 people in it that all get SNAP benefits and they're all going to the grocery store and spending that money, that means that what happens is that grocery store has to hire more people to, like, stock the groceries and man the cash registers and all of that kind of stuff. And so those are jobs that are created by those SNAP benefits. And then those people, they make money, and then they go out and they spend their money. And so you have more money spent at the movie theater. You have more money spent at other restaurants. You have more money spent at, the clothing store. And because of that, those jobs get created. And this is called a multiplier effect. It's each dollar spent gets respent and then respent and then respent. And the multiplier effect for like SNAP benefits is like 180%. The multiplier effect for tax cuts for the wealthy is like 70%. So you actually lose money off a tax, in terms of benefit to the economy. Tax cuts to the wealthy actually lose money. Tax or benefits to the poor create money. Like, that's basic macroeconomics. Look up multipliers and see what I'm talking about. But this idea that Trump is trying to make people on government aid get a job, it's nonsense. And cutting tax benefits or cutting benefits for poor people is actually counterproductive. So this is what I mean. What is Trump doing to actually make America better? Tax burden increase on the bottom 25% because of tariffs. Please try your propaganda again. Yes. And that's the other side of it. I've actually covered this before on the show, but if you look at the tax cuts plus the loss of tax benefits plus the increase in tariffs, the average, like in the average household actually loses money because of Trump. And the less you make, the higher percentage of your income you lose. The only people that really make money are the top 10%. Which, by the way, the top 10% are also making up 50% of consumption, which is, like one of the major factors in forming GDP. But right now, the entire economy is just benefiting rich people. That's the point. I don't know what Democrats governors are stopping it. I don't even know what that means. Somebody said, sorry, Trump was hand selected by a new world order. Been looking at, there's a book about like if it's like Putin's favorite book that outlines, like Russia's path to success. That was written in like 1990 or something. And it's like Putin's Bible, basically. If you look at what that book says we would want to happen in America, Donald Trump is doing exactly what that book outlines. I'm going to do a dashboard on that in the next day or two. But yeah, I'm not saying that Trump is working for Putin. I'm just saying he's doing exactly what Putin would want him to do if he were working for Putin. Whistleblowers just exposed up to $250 billion in taxpayer fraud. Oh, I'm going to, yeah, up to, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna just ignore made up stuff. Nobody is supporting the Venezuela dictator. This is a false equivalence and a straw man. The child is an American citizen. And because we're not heartless assholes, that's why. Maybe I don't think a child should die because his parents weren't born here. How dare you point out facts, sir? MAGA are going to be very angry. They don't like facts. The U.S. citizen being deported. Yes, that's the thing, is that cancer patient is a U.S. citizen. We didn't, We tried to murder J.D. Vance? I must not have been there when I did that. I don't even know what you're talking about. Did somebody try to kill J.D. Vance or something? PBS literally says that a 4-year-old with cancer was deported. 4-year-old is a boy who has late-stage cancer and no medication with him. No, we didn't murder. I'm pretty sure I didn't murder Charlie Kirk. I don't know why you have to like pluralize a single killing. Whether the guy who actually did kill him or his alleged killer is actually even a liberal is very, very much in question. I know that he had a trans girlfriend, but being trans or having a trans girlfriend does not necessarily make you a liberal. Just ask Caitlyn Jenner. There are lots of tax breaks for middle class. That's not really relevant. Stunningly fast end of an era for public media. After nearly 60 years, I don't know why you're celebrating this. That means like emergency broadcasting systems and stuff like that are going to be done. All under this pretext that if anybody broadcasts anything that Trump doesn't like, then they are liberals, and like you're cheering on oppression of free speech. And lost. He didn't show the debates he lost. And he didn't even really win them. He would just like talk over people. And he would say, like his whole thing, prove me wrong. Like, well, why don't you prove yourself right? Like you can, like this is like become the MAGA thing, I said a thing, now prove me wrong. No, you make a point, you have to prove what you're saying is right. Prove yourself right. I don't have to prove you wrong. And you can't prove yourself right because you're not. There is no middle class anymore. Sorry. It's definitely shrinking. There's a measure of economic inequality. I'm trying to remember. The Gini coefficient. And among the like Western nations, like the wealthy nations, we're like way last in the world in that, and it's getting worse. Our wealth distribution, and even when you like look at it adjusted for, actual standard of living and stuff, we're still really, really bad. Yeah, you're just saying a lot of stupid things. And see, this is what I mean by the prove me wrong thing. Like, you're making these outlandish, ridiculous statements, and you're saying if you don't agree with that, then you're stupid. And it's like, that's no argument. There are plenty of people in Minnesota who are law-abiding citizens who shouldn't be not allowed to have federal taxes that they spent money. Like, they spend money on, like, the working people of Minnesota that are not part of the 70 some that were convicted of fraud or arrested for fraud. The other millions and millions of Minnesotans that did nothing wrong, they still paid taxes, and they still deserve to have tax benefits. They still deserve to have their federal government work for them. They shouldn't have that denied because you're a racist and thinks that yelling obscene things online somehow makes you right. Really, more money on people's pockets is a great thing. Is it more money in people's pockets though? That's the point. If I give you $50 and take away $100, do you have more money in your pocket? A 4-year-old and 7-year-old who were deported with their undocumented mother to Honduras within 24 hours after being detained. And the 4-year-old is a boy who has late-stage cancer right there. So, yeah, somebody's still trying to argue that the 4-year-old citizen that got deported didn't get deported, or either that or wasn't a citizen. See, you're an irrelevant person and a liar about your phallic size. So when my tax returns, lest y'all will believe that the economy slowing means if people have money, they aren't spending it. So, yeah, and well, it means that different people are spending money. That's why I was pointing out the 50% consumption by the 10%. Some people are spending more money. The people that have more money, because Donald Trump is taking it from the poor people and giving it to the rich people. A 22-year-old man died in Michigan because his inhaler went from $63 to over $500 and he couldn't afford it. Wow. If you are handicapped, right. Should have thought about that before you lost your arms and legs. Yeah, get a job. Quit relying on the government to feed you and all that. Do you really think this is a thing? You realize that when you're talking about disability, that is something, that's insurance that you paid for. in case you got disabled. People are not like this idea that there's all these people sitting around just collecting federal taxes and living high on the hog. That's like nonsense. And I guarantee you in your mind, when you picture that, you're picturing like some black mom. So how it's better if there is no spending? I don't yeah. I'm not sure what you're referring to there. All right. Kelly, would you rather have a Colt 45 or a three? I don't like guns. I've never had a gun. I never will have a gun. And yet here you are. I don't understand why Democrats always want new laws. I don't understand why what does that even mean? I am stating facts. You are just ignoring everything I say. There are tens of thousands of food assistants that should not be you. You are only anti-Trump. Trump's I have no idea what you're talking about. That's not even a coherent sentence. There is no reasonable person that could read that and ascertain what your meaning is. Trump us pro solution. Trump is pro solution. Well, what's his solution? Why doesn't he offer any? There's 320 million people that live in the United States. If you want to get people off of food assistance, then let's get it so that people don't need food assistance. I mean, it's like, how many we have people in the US military that are on food assistance, or whose family are on food assistance. Do you think they need to get jobs? They're active duty. They're full-time in the US military. And they don't make enough money to not need food assistance. Think about that. Maybe we need to give them a pay raise so they don't need food assistance. Stop blaming poor people for being poor. It's the rich people's fault that we have poor people. Like, why do we blame people for not making enough money and not blame people for not paying enough money? And why Democrats hate tax. Man, you guys are terrible at spelling. And why Democrats hate tax cute, but they always use them. No. Do you think that like Democrats should be like paying extra taxes? It should be Democrat tax surcharge or something? No, I think that we should have a progressive tax rate. I think that if you make more money, you should pay more in taxes. And I think that for a lot of reasons, not the least of which is the more money you make, the more you benefit from taxes. I don't know what I'm making up. I've been on Social Security Medicaid since I was 17. I've been diabetic since I was 14 months old. Why, when Joe Biden came in, I had to change all my insulins in my Medicaid? actually went down? I don't know. I honestly, I have no idea what you're talking about or what happened. I don't know. I know that Joe Biden doesn't decide what your Medicaid is. I know like Congress does that, and I don't know, like what year you're talking about or anything. I mean, some of these things, like with Trump's tax bills, didn't all go into effect overnight. It takes a few years. Okay, that doesn't mean it happened because Trump came back. I mean, if what you're saying is true, Biden probably fixed it, and then Trump came back in right when it happened. We know this because Trump's bill, nothing Trump has done has affected the budget yet. So nothing Trump has done has affected Medicaid yet. So whatever happened that recently affected your Medicaid would have happened under Biden. You can't look at it as January 21st, the new president takes office and all their policies suddenly become real and the other person's policies end. Budgets like trail a couple of years usually. So if what you're saying is true, you have Joe Biden to thank, not Donald Trump. And you have Donald Trump to blame, not Joe Biden. Your groceries, if you're just okay, you're lying. I'm just gonna say that. You're lying. I mean, I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt, but now you're just saying things that are objectively provably false. Either you are like like you are the only person in in the entire country that this is happening for, or you're lying. So I'm going to go with you're lying. Okay. Seems like groceries are up across the board. Like groceries are up. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. If you want to talk about the inflation, the same numbers that said that prices went up under Joe Biden are saying that prices are going up under Donald Trump. A handicapped person broke his windows at his house and wherever the hell he lives, but this family was in Washington. I'm sorry, I don't follow. The way I don't know if Jesus said that, but it's a good saying anyway. I am not retired. I'm just very tired. Stand Up Against Tyranny Day. The poor people in the USA get almost everything for free. Do they? I mean, do you really believe that? Do you honestly believe that? Like, seriously? Do you really think that the poor people, like this notion that the poor people, like rich people don't have enough money because the poor people get it all? Like, where do you get this information? What makes you think that? Truly, what makes you believe that's the case? When is the last time you ever even talked to a poor person, like the poor people in the U.S., like poor people? Like you use that like it's some sort of slur. Kind of like how Antifa labeled themselves as. I don't think this is true at all. I don't even know who you think Antifa is. And or what you think fascism means. Dancing on graves is bad taste and bad karma, regardless of side. I don't think anybody should be celebrating anybody's death. You know, like I did not celebrate Charlie Kirk's murder. I don't think anybody should. I didn't make jokes about it. I think he was a terrible person, and I didn't join in the, you know, like making him some sort of martyr or saint post unanimously. I mean, I think he was a butthole in life, and I think he was a butthole in death. He didn't become a better person because he was martyred, but I don't celebrate him being dead. I don't think he's the only butthole in the world. There's a lot of buttholes, and I don't want them dead. I don't want anybody dead. What fascists do Antifa support? I guess Joe Biden or something. I think anybody that disagrees with Timber thinks is a fascist. And then if you actually point out that Donald Trump actually is a fascist, then they'll be like, you know, oh, everybody I disagree with is a fascist. Okay, poverty rates look especially bad when you compare it with states like overdose rates compared to other developed nations. Our incarceration rates. Is this? I want to. Yeah, about 20 to 25% of all the incarcerated people in the world are in America. That's how bad we are. Like we are just insane when it comes to incarceration rates. Yes, but the dude, just so you know, they had a caretaker. The parents did not want the child to go with them. The parents wanted the child to stay here, and the child was forced to go with them. They had a caretaker lined up here that was going to take care of the child and was here legally. So maybe you should like take your own advice and not make things up. Oh, so somebody wants to keep invading. I bet you said no new wars one time. I bet you're a Christian, right? People cause more crimes in the U.S. because everyone morals and values aren't the same. No. I can tell you've probably never been outside of America. Maybe we won't be deporting so expeditiously if Democrats didn't get serial racists on around in sanctuary states. What a weird comment. Some of the things you guys say are just weird. It's like, it's just too weird to even comment on. Serial rapists. Yes. All those serial rapists that were not deported. Why is it that like we've only we have been like the actual number of people that are actually convicted of actual violent crimes, the percent of those people that we're deporting is actually lower than the percent of people that are not violent criminals that we're deporting. So if it's just about like getting rid of the serial rapists, why aren't we going after the serial rapists? No, we're getting rid of the mom whose kids have cancer. Yeah. That's the biblical way, right? Well, what does that mean though? Like I think it should be to the benefit of the citizenry as a whole. But like sometimes something might be to your benefit and not to my benefit, and the other way around. So it'd be almost impossible to have something that would be a benefit to every citizen. If what happened in America, you would be celebrating in the streets. So if the child is born here, how are they supposed to change what their father did? Like you're literally like okay with a child dying because somebody crossed a border illegally. Would be celebrating what? Well, he is bad, but not because he's orange. The thing is that they're not even they're deporting they're like taking away the legal status of people that came here legally. It's not about legal status, it's about skin pigment. They're taking away the legal status of anybody with more pigment than Stephen Miller. I wonder where he's going to deport people from Venezuela. I wonder where he's going to deport the Venezuelans to. What's funding there is no building boom in Somalia. You're not you're like no that whole thing is just debunked entirely with the Somalians sending money back to the terrorist group. They're clearly spending the money, and there was some fraud, but they're spending the money on themselves. They're not sending it off to terrorist groups in Somalia. They do. And then they talk about fake news as though they don't consume it. Yeah, I fall behind on the chats. And so now this 502. So now I'm 17 minutes behind on the chats. All right, so we're just going to zip up here. I'll catch up on the chats. This is what I have to do. Is I just like go through a few and so then somebody like some people get mad at me and say it's like I'm ignoring them. Why is there so much poverty? Is it because libs don't want to work? No. Rather than live off others? No. That has nothing at all to do with why there is poverty. That's like just a silly thing to say. It has to do with how much they get paid for their work. Have you ever heard the expression working poor? Working poor are people that work, but they're still poor. That should not be a thing. That's why we talk about having things like a livable wage, to where if you work for a living, you should be able to live off of your work. It is. I agree. A lack of mental health care is a serious problem in the U.S. Ronnie, no, he still tells the same lie though. Or no, is that Rick? Hmm, I don't know. What liberals are we looking at? Stephen Miller is the scale. I don't want to know where the MAGA will claim the deportations will stop. Will they make sure it is every brown person? No, I think then it'll be like the LGBTQ, and then it'll be the liberals. Remember the poem, right? And so it's something that it's funny that they call Nazis socialists, because the poem starts first they came for the socialists. So you know that the conservatives would come for not the conservatives, but the Trump supporters or MAGAs or whatever. Eventually they're coming for the socialists. Um, I've had a couple of conversations that were productive, including with this guy. He's an honest, thinking, somewhat Trump supporter, I think. Well, it doesn't surprise me if they don't want to work when they get paid crap wages. And that's another thing. Is it's like if you're making $7.25 an hour, it's not like you're gonna bust your ass off. You leftist actions have resulted increased levels of poverty throughout the states. That's not one. There's not one group of leftists pretend to represent that doesn't do worse than under them. Don't do worse than. There's not one group leftists pretend to represent that doesn't do worse under them. This is all right. Trying to get through the bad grammar, it seems like you're saying that liberals pretend to represent certain groups of people, and those groups of people are worse off under the leftists who are trying to pretend they support them. I don't know what you're getting your information from, but I think you're wrong. I I am not aware of any statistical evidence to support that. The trouble is you tell them to get an education and they have to go to massive debt to pay for it, and then they end up having to pay that debt with these draconian rules. Like, here's my thing on the whole student debt thing and forgiving it is like the debt forgiveness was not, and the news was really terrible about how they presented this, because they'd always show pictures of college kids, right, and talk about student debt as though it was like a college kids were getting forgiven for student debt. But these were people that had been paying off their student loans for like 20 years and had never missed a payment and had made the minimum payment like for 20 years and still owed more than they originally borrowed. It was like a debt for life. And I think the real issue isn't like why aren't they paying for them. I think why are we allowing people to make these draconian laws, these draconian loans to people that are like they sign for the loans when they're 18, and it's like, oh, you got to go to college so you can make a good living, and then it's like, oh, but we're gonna charge you for the rest of your life in order to get the education to make a good living. And I wish I could remember the percentages, but like there's certain things like inflation is not a uniform thing. It's not like the price of food goes up the same as the price of education, for instance. And the price of housing is not the same as the price of food. And so if you look at, I think it's food, uh, student debt, and healthcare insurance. Just those three things. If you go back like to the 1980s, those three things made up like 10 or 15% of your budget. Now it makes up like 40% of your budget. So that's not counting all the other things that you need to live. What was it? Yeah, it was rent or mortgage. The three things were housing, medical, and student debt. And those three things make up like three times as a percentage of your budget as they used to. That's not counting food or childcare. Daycare is another one that's gone up a lot. Yes, thank you for that. That's what I try to do. And I try to be honest in my facts too. Like if I'm wrong about something, I'll admit it. I've even looked up things and found out I was wrong and come back the next day and said I was wrong. Trade school is better than technical college, than college for most people, but we've fixated on the idea that everybody deserves. Okay, I think there's this kind of weird notion that Democrats are against technical schools or something. I'm absolutely 100% for technical schools. And for some people, they are better. And for some people, college is better. But I think both technical schools and college, like just my personal opinion, is whether you're going to become a plumber or whether you're going to become a brain surgeon, you're a benefit to society. You're more of a benefit to society if you have that education, if you have that plumbing education, if you have an electrician's education. If you go to trade school and you get that education, then you provide a benefit to society having done that. And so I think society benefits from that education. Society should pay for that education, should provide that education. So I think that, my view on education is anybody should be able to go where they want, as far as they want, and as far as their ability lets them go. So I don't think that money should ever be a limitation to human achievement. Now, your own desire, your own ambition, your own commitment, those things are things we can't prevent. But I'd be, like, what if there's a man or a woman who has the capacity to cure cancer out there and they just cannot afford college? So they spend their whole life bouncing from McDonald's to Wendy's, doing crap job after crap job. Is that a benefit to society? Like there are people that probably could achieve more if they had a chance to go to college, to be better. And yes, there are people that could be plumbers. There are people that could be electricians that are also wasting away in menial jobs. It doesn't help that employers set ridiculous barriers for entries too. Yes. And that's getting worse as AI comes in and starts taking away a lot of these entry jobs. So this is like another one of those things. We should look at issues instead of solutions. Or we should look at issues and solutions rather than parties. This is not true. Like, nobody thinks Democrats should give, and I don't even believe in free stuff, but I do believe that Democrats have a fundamental difference in how we should spend the tax money that we spend. Like, I pay taxes just like you do. I'm not confused that, public education is free. I don't think it's free. I think it's paid for by my taxes. But I also have a say in how my taxes are spent, just the same way you do. Was it fake news that the border was secure? I don't even know what border security, like when people talk about border security, here's what I think. Could the Mexican army have come over the border? What does border security mean? It's such a, it's such a stupid thing. The border is secure. When you talk about immigration, that's a separate issue. And it's like we've managed, because Trump is all open border and closed border, and we can't have like adult conversations anymore. If somebody comes over and requests asylum, is that an insecure border? If somebody comes over and is apprehended by border security and then returned, is that border security? Like, we make apprehensions at the border, which is, by the way, apprehensions or encounters, as like evidence that the border is secure or insecure. But the fact that there are people being apprehended is proof that it is secure. So now, and you have some Republicans that use made-up got-away numbers, which are completely arbitrary and random, and kind of based on the number of apprehensions, right? So it's like if there's 100,000, apprehensions, and it's like 2% are gotaways, then there's going to be 2,000 gotaways. But what if there were any? What if there were 100,000 apprehensions because you actually apprehended everybody that was coming over? What if you only got 2,000 apprehensions and 100,000 got away because you were only getting the 2,000? Like, the whole gotaways thing is just nonsensical to me. And the whole idea that we didn't have open borders because we had apprehensions is like dumb. It's like when they would talk about how Biden was letting drugs come over the border every time they would make a big drug confiscation. Oh, see, this just proves they're smuggling. Anyway. Why is it wrong here? It's not wrong to deport people who are here illegally. And that's one of the things that maybe has gotten shelved in all this. I think that, and this is why I say we need to change immigration laws. But I think that there is a difference between apprehending somebody that walked over the border yesterday and apprehending somebody that's been here for 30 years, has been running a business, is a productive member of their society, has a wife that's an American citizen, children that are American citizens, and grandchildren that have American citizens. Like, people that have been here 30 years and people that have been here 30 hours aren't necessarily in the same bucket. I think there is also an issue of how people are deported. And if sometimes if people are trying to do it the right way, they're like, you've got ICE literally snatching people and detaining people while they are trying to do, like, they're showing up for their immigration hearing so that they can do it the right way, and then deporting them. Like, that seems to be bad faith to me. You have people that came over here legally and then had their legal status revoked. And then they get deported. Well, they didn't come over here illegally. Is it, like, if you if you take away somebody's legal status after they've come over here legally because you didn't like the last guy giving them that legal status, that doesn't mean they did something wrong. So I think it's more of a case by case thing. And then also there's, like there is a due process involved, and due process means different things. Depending on how long you've been here, I think it's 2 years. Now it used to be like 3 days, but now it's like 2 years. Where if you've been here less than 2 years, you can be deported without an immigration hearing. But if it's over 2 years, you need an immigration hearing. I think that there's a matter of like seeking asylum. Some people are coming over here to try to like not be murdered. And there are reasons we have asylum laws. And just saying we're not going to accept any more asylum requests sort of denies people that fundamental human right to seek asylum. And when you do that, when you have people that are like literally fleeing for their lives, you could actually increase the number of people that try to evade capture rather than walk over and turn themselves in. So you could actually be increasing the number of so-called gotaways, and you just don't know it because they're more likely to go to coyotes and stuff. If the harder you make it for them to come over and seek asylum, the more likely they are to actually try and find another way, because they get murdered if they go back. It's like we make it a moral call of whether or not it's crossing over the border. Their moral call is whether or not they're going to save their children's lives by crossing over the border. If you can't find a job in the USA, you are the problem. Well, if that's your attitude, then you are the problem. Leftists aren't bad people. They just, yeah, salty. You have nothing substantive to say ever, but you speak constantly. Socialists are all failures. It's funny. Do you think that no MAGAs, that there aren't like people that are voted for Trump? Do you think nobody that voted for Trump gets Medicaid? Do you think here's a reality check for you, dude? If you are living in a red state, you're more likely to be to receive SNAP benefits. If you are living in a red county that voted for Trump, you are more likely to receive SNAP benefits. If you live in a rural community, you are more likely than if you live in a urban community to be on SNAP benefits. Right? Those are statistically factual things. So why do you think that the people that agree with you actually have the take care of me mentality? The one, we're taking care of you. Maybe not you personally, but we're taking care of MAGAs too. 725 is not livable anywhere in the US at this point. I agree, but here we are in Texas. It's still the minimum wage. Yes, I mean my reality. My reality is the only reality there is. There's not like an alternate reality that there's not like a choice of realities. And what are you just making up these percentages here? Like you've quoted like 3 different percentages. The upper 1% is everyone should agree that are the problem. Hiring in 2026 if Give us resume for AI. Fill out the same info with all the cookies for no reason. Reject, but not. But nobody wants to work. Yeah, I mean, I think that there are a lot of these jobs that are not really trying to find somebody to fill them. They're just trying to. Um, you'll see people that will they will refile the same job over and over again, and you'll see like 370,000 applicants. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but you'll see like that there's all these applicants, and then you'll see the same thing again, and then that then it ends up getting, um, filled by immigration visa. They want some of the, not talking about undocumented workers and that, but they're looking. They don't want to hire Americans because then Americans like do things like insist on getting paid for overtime and stuff. Employers using AI hiring software and ridiculous barriers to entry is the problem. They lowball you on the offer. I know. And what I hate is like this idea that the whole thing about asking the employee how much they think they're worth. Like, anyway, there's a lot of scrupulous hiring practices that go on. Leftists like to pick the underdog fights even while they're wrong. It's all about the optics. You talk a lot about the leftists and understanding dude, nobody on the left is at all what you describe. And trust me, I know people on the left. I'm one of them. I'm married to one of them. Isn't Trump going to take money directly from the people with overdue student debts in the way? Yes, he's going to garnish wages. But hey, Kamala Harris would have been worse. Whatever. Money, cost, and education do not belong in the same realms, right? Because there's also the benefit to society that we have, right? Like society benefits from a more trained citizenry. I don't know what you're thinking of, buddy. What do you mean? Look at Dem-run cities or states compared to red. Not even close on who does a better job governing. You all run? No, that's not true. If you look at the average wages of states, blue states actually do much better than red states. This like Republicans like to say things like this, but it's not true. This is just like a made up MAGA talking point. Am I way behind again? I am. I'm like 20 minutes behind again. I start like seeing that, like the comments are from things I'm like, oh, when was I talking about that? I think Kamala Harris was a weak candidate like Hillary was. If DNC nominated Bernie Sanders, he would have. Yeah, the DNC didn't nominate anybody. I mean, Hillary Clinton won the election. I mean, there was actually a lot of, like, it doesn't get as much reporting, but there was a lot of fake news about how Bernie Sanders was wrong, and some of that was like picked up by the left, and that might have been enough to cost Hillary Clinton the election. I think that the main reason that Kamala Harris didn't win is that the media didn't fact check Republicans at all on inflation, or even ever ask them what, like, because inflation was the big issue. But nobody ever asked any Republicans at all, well, what are you going to do about it? And, now here we are. Republicans not doing anything about it, and people going, oh, I'm so shocked. Like, you can talk all you want about inflation, but where practically how are you going to solve it? Becoming anything but. Yes. Red states I just want to read this for the sake of irony. Red states are found to be better civilized than blue states, you Democrat pedophile communazi tard, because that is a very civilized comment. Who do you see running in 2028? I think there's going to be a bunch of people running. I don't know who's going to win. I don't even know who I want to win. There's some people I like. But I'd want to see what their platforms are and stuff. Just in terms of off the cuff, if I would like to see Pete Buttigieg. I think he's very smart. I think he has he's able to communicate his positions well. I do worry that being gay will become, an issue, because some people aren't capable of getting past 5th grade. But I think the people that have that as an issue aren't going to vote for a Democrat anyway. I'm sorry. I don't know that's true. I've never seen anything legitimate on that. Okay, that's not really anything, and I don't know who Potato is. Oh, TDS. Oh, somebody said TDS. I could have said worse. I'm sure you could have. The numbers show more poverty in red states. See, told you. Like, making homosexual or either word means communazi. It's like, I like Newsom and Buttigieg. The thing about Newsom is he actually hasn't. He responds well, and he's done good with the sort of the mocking Trump thing. But Trump's not going to be the opponent in 2028, and he hasn't actually accomplished anything as governor of California. Yeah, I'm thinking anybody it still matters to probably isn't going to vote for Democrats anyway. Ron DeSantis on the Republican ticket. Is he going to be a real boy though? Like that last go around, he did not do himself any favors. He just, and the white boots, dude. The white boots. Oh my goodness. I don't know if he'll ever be able to live down the white boots. Marco Rubio might have gotten past not being able to drink a glass of water. Maybe it'll be him. I don't think it'll be JD Vance. I think by the time, actually, it might not even be Marco Rubio. I think by the time 2028 rolls around, things are going to like everybody, like in 2020, like if you go back to 2005, 2006, when Bush was early on in his second term, everybody thought he was, walked on water and everything, and Republicans were going to run forever. Then the economy collapsed in 2008, and now you can't find anybody that voted for Bush. I think what's going to happen is over the next couple of years, the economy is going to take such a dive. And as everything that Trump wants to do, he does. I think the country is going to become such a dive. You're not going to find anybody that voted for Trump in 2029. Like it's going to, and nobody would have, everybody would be like, I never supported him. Just like they didn't support Bush now. It's like so many people that I know for a fact were 100% Bush. Like when they go, oh, Democrats, and they capitalize the rats, which was like a total thing that happened under Bush. And they still use the same insults, but they're like, try to pretend they didn't support Bush. It's the same thing. It's like my mom was telling me one time. I remember this. She was like, it's amazing that Nixon, like nobody, you can never find a Nixon voter. I did meet one. The only people in the world who are upset that an American. I absolutely know for a fact this is not true. You're in hardcore denial. Democrats have nobody to lead them. Okay. I don't know what that means. I mean, this is a party that has entirely ensconced itself in Donald Trump. Like, what do you have after Donald Trump? And it's like, you don't even have any moral thing that you cling to. Like the last comment was this, right? And a week ago, you guys were all about no new wars. Oh, DeSantis? Yeah, there's that. He like ingratiated himself to Trump too. I think that I wouldn't mind if both elections were just like people we hadn't heard of before. Like nobody really knew who Obama was. Nobody knew who Clinton was. Nobody really knew who Bush Jr. was. Like everybody thought if it was going to be another Bush, it was going to be Jeb. Nobody thought Trump was going to win. Like it's never anybody that's being discussed 3 years in advance. JD Vance can't even make up his mind who JD Vance is. He wouldn't know who to be. He can't even figure out what his own name is. Marco Rubio sucks. Ron DeSantis has a hot wife too. Do you think she really had cancer? I wonder about that. Seems like she went through, like, she got diagnosed with cancer and then she got treated and then she got over it all like within a couple of weeks or something. It seemed to like be an accelerated timeline that just so happened to coincide with Ron DeSantis disappearing while bunches of people were dying of COVID in Florida. Seemed a little convenient. I like to say that until George Bush came along, I never thought I would be smarter than the president. And until Donald Trump came along, I never thought George Bush would be smarter than the president. If we can get you to read some material on anarchism, there would be a 28 election. I don't know if I believe in government. We're gonna smoke them out. Yeah, he was kind of a big deal then. I'd rather have a centrist Democrat like Bill Clinton. Yeah, I'm trying to wonder who. I've been wondering who that might be. You know who might be like somebody like Senator Whitehouse, which, by the way, is a great name for a presidential candidate. It's time to put a White House in the White House. Come on, how much better can you get? Like branding is just, and White House actually is. He's a smart guy, and he's pretty down the middle, and he really represents his thinking well. Like I don't know how to put it, but like candidates that you can really get behind are just, they bring you into their thinking. They're not telling you what to think. Trump has that, That's why when people are like, oh, he says what I'm thinking, he's not actually saying what you were thinking. But when he says it, he's able to get people to think that's what they were thinking. It's a real talent, and it's, I think, why Trump won. He is a good grifter. I'll give him that. Pritzker running, he'd make it 20, then collapse. I think Pritzker could probably get some. Like, I think he would make it past the first few rounds, but I don't think he'd win the nomination. I hate to say it, but if we're being honest, he's too fat. Like, people like subconsciously would hold that against him. Bill Clinton was actually a really, really good president. Like, unless you hate peace and prosperity, but like the economy exploded. He balanced the budget. As far as wars go, like there was the Kosovo thing, but in general, he balanced the budget. There was a lot, and when this is one of the things I'm talking about, like bring you into their thinking type thing. Like Bill Clinton, when he would sit there and he would talk about something, and he would say, "This is what I want to do," and he'd go, "And here's why." And it's like once he delivered that, "And here's why," you were listening to him. Bill Clinton was a great teacher. Barack Obama is a great orator, but Bill Clinton was a great teacher. And so when he gave a speech or something, you learn something. And when you learn something from somebody, it creates a kind of trust in them. Bill Clinton, like, there's the whole Monica Lewinsky thing, and I'm not going to just butt that away. And there's, I'm not saying he was a great person or he's a great person, but he was a good president. I'm not sure we will have an election in 2020. Yeah, I'm really curious to, like, you keep saying, like, there's a part of you that always wants to say, and by part of you, I mean the universal you, that wants to be able to look at these things and go, nah, even Trump wouldn't go that far. And then he goes beyond that. Like last week, I was saying, I think he's going to invade Venezuela. I really do. I think he's going to I think it's going to happen. And had a bunch of Trump supporters accuse me of TDS and say I was crazy and say I was insane. Now they're sitting there going, "Oh, you can immediately find dozens of videos online of progressive protesters in blue cities holding up signs supporting Maduro and demanding his release." You know what I'm saying? A week ago, this guy would have been calling me crazy for saying that Donald Trump was going to force regime change in Venezuela. This was a guy that voted for Trump because no new wars. Pretty, or at least I'm pretty sure it was. You have told 3 absolutes. I don't. The funny thing, I don't even know what they were. Dementia. Pritzker running 20 feet. I don't know what I said that was funny. Anyway, hopefully I was trying to be funny. Rittenhouse, I'd vote for. Remember when he like failed his ASVABs? Like Kyle Rittenhouse, he is not the brightest person. It's too bad Arnold Schwarzenegger can't run for president. It'd be funny if they tried to change the Constitution so Arnold Schwarzenegger could run, and then Mamdani ran against him and won. Can you imagine just the absolute poop MAGA would take if a Muslim was president? Interesting thing. I mentioned this earlier, I think, but Mamdani's dad is a professor at Columbia, and he wrote a book on how people use the smear of Sharia law against Muslim candidates, and he literally wrote an entire book on this premise. And now, they're doing that to his son, so that's kind of ironic. Josh Shapiro, Pritzker is Jew. It's like I hear, and I find myself doing it, like even like with Pete Buttigieg. I like this person, but she's a woman. We already lost 2 women. This person, but they're black. This person, but they're Jewish. This person, but they're gay. And so we like end up eliminating anybody that's other than a heterosexual straight white male. That's not too far left. Remember, kids, the average voter is an idiot. As explained by this guy that said he would vote for Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine? Oh, you're only watching. That was a good movie. I watched that one on release night in the movie theater. And the biggest reaction was when the guy, not Arnold Schwarzenegger, but the other guy, when he came back and he put on the Nikes. And everybody was like, yeah, because that was like right when Nike was becoming really popular because of Michael Jordan. Trump is a perfect example of how Plato said democracy dies. Sure you did, buddy. All right. So, am I a Mamdani fan? I am a Mamdani fan, actually. I everything I've seen about Mamdani, all the interviews I've listened to him, I actually really do like Mamdani. I think he is a very smart, very well-spoken person. I think he's had some things that have been twisted and misconstrued. But yeah, I like Mamdani. Happy Insurrection Day, chat. Thank you. Happy Insurrection Day to you too. Yeah. Obama was not a Muslim, is not a Muslim. Obama's a Christian. And there's nothing wrong with being a Muslim. I've been ambivalent about Madani. I'm going to give him the same grace that I gave Trump during his first term, which is to see what happens. It'll be, yeah, I think that's good. I mean, like, I want to see how some of these things work out. Like, he's got some unique ideas and he's got a big field to test them in. But, I think in a lot of ways, some of the things that appeal, it's interesting you bring up Trump in this. I think a lot of the things that appeal to people about Trump also appeal to people about Mamdani, in that it's somebody that's willing to just step outside of the norm and try to find new ways to solve problems. I just think that Mamdani's maybe make a little more sense, or a lot more sense, or make sense at all. He was in Wisconsin, I think. Was it? I want to say he was in Wisconsin. Or yeah, he lived in Illinois. And he went to not Madison. He went to Wisconsin, and he was protecting somebody else's car lot or something. I didn't read the book. I just read a summary. But basically, the whole thing was on this premise about how it was like a study of the history of how when Muslims run, they always use this kind of right-wing extreme, or this Muslim extremist caricature to paint opponents as, to scare them off, to scare off voters. Their opponents always do that. It depends on what you mean. Sharia law is like the Old Testament law or something like that. It's and there's different interpretations of it, different views of it. There's ceremonial aspects of it, and there's civil aspects of it, and there's criminal aspects of it. Like in some ways, it's just like the sacraments in the Catholic Church, where it talks like about how to get married and stuff. I'm not an expert in it, but the bad faith way of looking at it is that there are some extremely rigid variations of it that are in like places like Iran right now. But most Muslims do not agree with those interpretations. And so they try to make it so that everybody that is Muslim is a Muslim extremist that believes in the most extreme interpretations of Sharia law. Which is like, if you want to take a really extreme version of the Bible, you can say that there are verses that suggest you should be stoned to death for masturbating. That doesn't mean everybody who's a Christian thinks you should be stoned to death for masturbating. Yeah, and that's true too. And then there's just there are some things that are like, is murder based on Christianity, or is it just murder is something that's wrong, that's against the law in every country in the world, and it also happens to be in the Bible that is wrong? So is it wrong in the Bible because it's wrong everywhere else in the world, or is it wrong in the Bible? Is it our law because of that, or is it our law because it's in the Bible, or is it just our law because murder is bad? And then he flunked his ASVABs. I always joke that if Skippy's still here, I joke that I would have joined the army, but my ASVAB scores were too high. Terminator 1 is better than Terminator 2, in my opinion. You probably voted for Trump thinking tariffs would bring prices down. Y'all, Cada is all over the place. Maine, Texas, and yeah. I mean, like they've got people in Oklahoma and Texas that want to pass laws that say you have to have the 10 Commandments pinned up in schools and stuff. Like there are definitely some people that are trying to legislate their version of Christianity. More than so we've got a sidebar going on here about the Terminator movies now. Kenosha, that's it. Are you in Kenosha? Yeah, I mean he was acquitted, but so is O.J. Simpson. I mean he shot people, and I think that there was more to it, that maybe some of it was out of the trial or something. Like he was walking around all day, like pointing his gun and threatening people and stuff, trying to act all tough. And I mean, like, why was he there at all? Like, if he had not been there, nobody would have died. And it's like the whole self-defense thing is like, didn't they have a right? Like, he's the one walking around with the gun. Don't they have a right to protect themselves from him? I support and like Mamdani as well. My only hesitation is I know the Republicans are going to stop him at every possible turn and sabotage him. I don't know that they can. That's the thing. I mean, it's not like they have a lot of ability. Like, it's not like I mean, like they're trying to do stuff that is blatantly unconstitutional with, trying to make congressional oversight in the city of New York, but I don't think there's so much they can do about it. Islam is so peaceful that South Park writers. Yes, because any Muslim at all that ever did anything means all Muslims everywhere. You realize how dumb that is, right? No, I guess you don't, because you typed it out. You're like a broken record. Are you a bot or a person? Yeah, I'm just making a relative comparison. The point is that I'm trying to make is that you can skew either one to make it seem extreme, and make everybody that's either Jewish or Christian just as extreme as you make the extreme Muslim. They're called Muslim extremists for a reason. They're extremists. Not all Muslims are extremists. Like, I mean, Mamdani is like pro LGBTQ, which is not at all Sharia law. Like, I think you have to like look at things for what is Mamdani saying instead of trying to just label him as a Muslim. Like, I'm pretty sure trans people aren't like celebrated in Iran right now. Yeah, and your explanation was just basically you're dumb. I don't think prosecution had a case and knew it, but Mayor wanted a public trial, and no, he was attacked. But I think if I remember correctly, like he was chased down. But if I'll have to check on this, but I seem to recall he had already shot somebody else before they chased him down, and they were chasing him down because he had shot somebody else. And that person was coming to take his gun away, and that's why he shot them. And he said he was in self-defense. But the guy trying to take the gun away, wasn't he acting in self-defense? Like, it's sort of like a two-way street, and like the guy that gets shot is always the one, like with Trayvon Martin and everything. It's always the guy that got shot that was you were defending yourself from, and never the guy with the gun that did the shooting that was acting in, like, that seems kind of backwards to me. Yeah, and that, I think that's like maybe the thing that gets, like, if he had not been there, we wouldn't be having the conversation. He wouldn't have had to worry about being tried at all. Like, some of that is like his fault. I'm more interested about whether you continue to support Trump or not. I'm genuinely curious about the genuine answer. I want to know your thinking, no matter your answer. But I think that there were other circumstances that weren't allowed to be seen, and because they would have been unfairly prejudicial. But if you're there, you're probably more like I'm like, I'm just going off of what I remember, and I never got all that caught up in it. Ma'am Donnie did not say government grocery stores, and it's not at all what it's talking about in Russia. Have you ever been in the military? What Ma'am Donnie's talking about is more like a commissary. It's just having grocery stores where you negotiate prices with farmers, and then people can go and buy them there so that they can have actual access to actual food, instead of junk food, and to solve food deserts. And he wants to have one in each of the 5 bureaus. With what they had in Russia was people lining up to buy pickles, and there would just be like, you could only buy pickles in this line, and you'd have to get in line and wait for pickles. That's not at all what he's talking about. Like, this is a complete misrepresentation of what he wants. And I advise you to just, like, instead of just doubling down, and like actually look at what he is actually saying. Like, this is one of those things that we should just like adhere to honesty instead of rhetoric. Okay, you're an excellent representation of the modern leftist mentality. You try to dismiss people and then attack them with insults simply because they're no. But that is what you are doing to me. You are a perfect example of what you are accusing me of. I support him in a way, if I'm honest, because I only used to respect the office of president. I'm willing to back him to start rebuilding that faith. Oh, you watched the trial? Yeah, I didn't watch the trial. I wasn't that into the whole thing. Why do you confront a guy with a gun? Because he had already shot somebody. Or because you were afraid he was going to shoot somebody. I mean, why do you need a gun? I mean, it's like you got a guy that just shot somebody, and so you have people chasing him down so that he doesn't shoot anybody else, and then they shoots them too. He shot 3 people. Yes. And so you're a Navy vet, and a commissary is a government-run grocery store. Is it a communist grocery store? Was going to the commissary like going to a grocery store in Russia? Did you use the commissary? Did the commissary help the base that you were at? Or I'm not sure how they run there in the Navy, but you know what I'm saying? Like, does your experience in using the commissary equate to what you're saying is worked out well for the Russians? I'm in Madison. Madison's a great town. I love Madison. It's a really fun. It's a really neat city. Did you know? I bet maybe you do. Madison has the most books per capita of any city in the United States. I have some friends that are there. He was going to last time I talked to him, he was getting his PhD from UW. Can the host explain what are Democrats' morals and values? I think our morals are, I mean, I don't even understand what the question is, but I think in terms of me, I want what is good for the most for the most people. And I think that I value freedom, like actual freedom. I think that people should be able to live their own lives according to the way that they want without interference from the government, unless what they're doing is trying to obstruct somebody else's living their life the way they want to do it. I believe in freedom, and I think that also includes freedom to move up in the world. I think it should be freedom on a social ladder. I think that means things like healthcare, like public healthcare. I think it means things like public education. Those are my morals and values. I'm not sure how they differ from yours. So there's an internal conversation between I don't know how to Portuguese. Huh. Follow Portuguese? Portuguese? No, but a public one will be cities are different than a base. No, but the concept is the same, dude. That's literally the analogy that he is using, like when he's talking about it. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, with the commissary? Yeah. Yes, so the guy that survived had a gun. Doesn't he have a right to self-defense? Like, Doesn't like, why is he not allowed to have a gun? Why do you think that makes a difference? The If I remember correctly, Rittenhouse had already shot somebody. Rittenhouse had a gun. Rittenhouse actually shot the other guy. Okay, but does the other guy have a right to self-defense? He's chasing a guy that has a gun. Why is he not allowed to point a gun at Rittenhouse? Yeah, I think anybody wants a gun should be able to have a gun as long as they're, law abiding. I think, like by that, I mean like not violent. That right there is a very valid point. The LGBTQ are reviled under religious extremism, be it Muslim or Christian. Yes, they are. They're like extremely. Don't justify rioters. They, if he wasn't protecting, what was he protecting their business, the business from? I'm not talking about Rittenhouse anymore. Does the host support men in women's sports or locker room if they say they are women? I believe that trans people have rights. I don't think that there are enough trans women in sports to make it a federal case. Like I think that there are different sports that have different issues. There's a lot of nuance goes on and all of that, and I think it's a wedge issue delivered by people who are just basically anti-trans. And yeah, I think trans people have rights, and I think that team sports specifically is one of the biggest things that saves the lives of trans people. I don't think that trans people are men pretending to be trans so that they can ogle women in the shower or something like that. Like, I think that there's a weirdness to the way that right looks at this that is just unduly hostile and unduly intentionally trying to distort the actual conversation. Trans people exist, period. That's what I think. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm done talking about the. No, it's not. It's not at all what I'm saying. Again, there are like so few trans women in sports. And if you ask the women on the teams that have trans people on them, most of them are actually supportive of trans rights. They're supportive of their teammate. So this whole thing about, there is not a single no one has ever lost a scholarship because of a trans woman. Not once. There are more laws against trans women in sports than there are trans women in sports. Again, I feel like why does this need to be such a big issue? Like, why this is an issue that I think that each sport can settle on its own. It doesn't need to be a federal thing. We don't need federal laws. I think that what happens is you have and you've got in Texas with like where it's like you can be tried for child abuse if you get your own child treatment for genders for you. Like there's just why is this such a wedge issue? There's no reason for it. Let doctors and parents. Why do parents' rights only account when it's like making sure that your child doesn't have access to books that talk about gay people? I don't think Trump. I don't think trans people should be able to wear as much makeup as Trump Vance and Hegg says. But does it? Does it? Can you tell me what team sport has done better because they have a trans? Like Riley Gaines finished tied for fifth with the trans person. That means 4 cisgender people finished ahead of her, and it means the trans person didn't beat her either. And she has gotten a career out of finishing fifth in a race nobody cares about. This idea that like trans women are always does not statistically hold up. If anything, it's actually the inverse. Trans, because you think about the kid that everybody like the trans kids in the school, they're not the star quarterback. I mean, it's this whole thing is just way too much time and energy spent on hating a very small number of people. No, there's not. I've actually Googled it. There's not one single person that has ever lost a scholarship. No trans person has ever gotten a scholarship. always comes down to the like every time, no matter what discussion you're having, somebody's always got to bring up the trans people. Donald Trump tried to overthrow the country 5 years ago today. And you got people sitting there trying to talk about trans people. Yeah, and he's right. It's like red states, they're the most obsessed with it. No, it's an issue because you have to have your opinion shoved down somebody else's throat. Trans people exist. They don't need you to validate them. They don't need you to approve of them. They just need you to not outlaw them. This is what I mean when I say freedom means people should be allowed to exist as they exist, as they want. Nobody should force you to be a trans person. Nobody's asking you to. But you can decide to be trans no more than a trans person can decide to be cisgender. MAGA would rather worry about more trans people than affordable health care, right? Yes, typical intelligent person reaction. They have insurance, which is the point why it's regulated by law. But you big dummy, because it's supposed to prevent Rittenhouse reactions. Oh, wow. You're still talking about that. You know who doesn't agree with you? A trans girl spiked a volleyball, and a volleyball player got imaged. She did not get brain damage. She doesn't blame the other person. Her father doesn't blame the other person. People get injured in sports all the time. And it was like junior high. Like, come on, dude, get a new talking point. Like this idea that this big, powerful man spiked on a little girl and caused her brain damage. Give me a break, dude. Like, seriously. At least have some decency to research something before you start hating on a 7th grader. No, I don't. I haven't heard of this one. I'll say this is fairly recent. I have not heard of this, but I'll look into it. Did she get a scholarship or? I'll look into it. That said, I think that if all you can do is find like 1 or 2 people, you're kind of actually losing your argument. Like, the exception doesn't disprove the rule. It's the percentage of trans women relative to the percentage of cis women that win scholarships wouldn't be any higher. And therefore, the idea that they're get this unfair competitive advantage would be debunked by the fact that they are less successful. I don't understand why everything has to come down to transgender. It's like you have to like make everything come back to dehumanizing the most marginalized group of people in American society to feel better about yourselves. It's like just disgusting. Trans women aren't men. I mean, there's, and it's like such a dumb thing to get all worked up about. There are so few people where there's so few trans women in sports. And you're worried about that while there's like more people were killed in Venezuela than there are trans women playing college sports. No, we don't. Yes. And trans women have nothing to do with January 6th and Donald Trump trying to overthrow the election. Trans women have absolutely nothing to do with almost anything to do in American society. Trans women make up so little of your problems and so much of your hostility. And you're going to sit there and go, oh, Venezuela, like as though the real point is that trans women in sports. My whole point is that trans women in sports is the sidebar. It is the distraction. It is the red herring. Donald Trump tried to overthrow the country 5 years ago today. Donald Trump overthrew another country less than a week ago. And you're worried about a trans woman spiking a volleyball? Get out of town. See, look at this. Just everything is now just all about trans people. It's degeneracy. It's getting into our schools. Obama fined 500 different times. At least you're not talking about trans, but you're talking about something completely different. Yes. Obama should have let ISIS go around chopping, like beheading people and putting it on camera. Yeah, that would have been much better. Are you for ISIS? Is that it? Like to use your kind of arguments? Like, who said anything about supporting the dictator of Venezuela or supporting Russia? Like, you guys are just unhinged. Please have a reality grounded conversation. Stop accusing me of positions I've never taken. No, he tried to overthrow our country 5 years ago today. And he did overthrow the government of Venezuela. He didn't just overthrow the dictator. He overthrew the dictator, and then he said that Marco Rubio was viceroy. He said, we are running the country now. And he said that we're taking the oil. When you go in and replace somebody's leader, when you take out their power, when you say you're running the country now, and when you start stealing their resources, that's more than just overthrowing a dictator. If he went in there with UN approval and put in Gonzalez, the guy who actually won the election in 2024, you'd have an argument. But he hasn't even mentioned Gonzalez's name. He doesn't care about Murado being a dictator. He cares about the oil. That's why he said we're taking the oil. He said we are taking the oil. That's a quote. He doesn't care about Murado being a dictator. He's a dictator. Yeah, wait, my goodness gracious. You guys are just like a rerun of talking points. Yes, Biden put a $25 million on Murado. Biden didn't go and invade the country. He didn't conquer it. He didn't take out their leader. He didn't say that we're stealing the oil. He didn't say we're running the country now. So no, Biden did not do the same thing. Again, you seem to be incapable of understanding that somebody could be Murado is bad, but also taking out Murado is bad. Like, you can't understand how both of those things can be true at the same time. No, actually, since I have on more than one occasion, including in today's show, said that Obama exceeded his executive powers when he did it, when he expanded that. I have criticized Obama for his use of the word associated forces and expanding that to ISIS. At the same time, he did seek congressional approval. Unlike Donald Trump, he did seek congressional approval. And Congress said he didn't seek enough authority. And so they just had him go along with the 2001 use of authorization of power. He did more than what Trump did, and I still criticize him. You want to criticize Obama and not criticize Trump. If you are so worried about what Obama did, why are you not worried about what Trump done? And Trump, this is not his first thing. He's bombed over 600 and he's bombed 6 countries over 694 times just since his second term started. But you don't know about that, do you? Because you only watch right-wing news. A protest. A protest which had 140 cops injured. What kind of protest is that? Yeah, I mean, the whole associated forces, which wasn't even in the legislature. The authorization of force was only for Al Qaeda and Taliban. Then Obama said, and associated forces. So now Trump is saying, and associated forces means like anybody that we declare to be a terrorist. January 6th was not a protest. Watch the first 3 hours of the show. I went through this very much in detail. Not going to go through the whole thing again. All right. I'm a moron. Hopefully one. It's like that every single criticism of Trump results in a bunch of MAGAs sticking their fingers in their ear and screaming, but trans people, but trans people, but trans people. Yeah, that makes you look kind of unhinged. Like that you cannot have a conversation without bringing up trans people. That's unhinged. Like that like, but trans people to you means that anything Trump does is okay. That's unhinged. Okay, so I'm just getting called the R word a lot. I'm not denying that he is even. Oh, so we're still talking about trans stuff. Okay. Do a board on how cool Pat Buchanan. Well, I'll do a board on Pat Buchanan, Skippy, and thanks again. I will do. I think Pat Buchanan. I was thinking about him recently, just because I do think that he was one of the. He was like one of the gateways into MAGA, like the whole Christian nationalism thing. Like that was. I was thinking about this just recently. And yeah. How like just, and I think when he nearly won, he finished second one time. I want to say the Bush won, if I remember right. But anyway, that was like during the whole moral majority thing. And anyway, I'll do one on him tomorrow. I've been thinking about like the way that the Democrats and Republic, like it didn't used to be that this lopsided in terms of Christian, like Republicans were the Christian party and the Democrats were like the non-Christian party. That was something that evolved, and I think Pat Buchanan was one of the main reasons that happened. They set the president. Do you mean precedent? The left loves actual dictators. You know this. This is like all this strangeness. You have you ever actually tried to have a conversation with somebody on the left, or do you just tell people what they want or what you think? Like you don't seem to actually describe anybody on the left that I know, including myself, whenever you talk about the left. I don't understand what people mean when they say based. I can never figure out what that means. Is it good? Is it bad? Seems like sometimes it's meant in a good way and sometimes it's in a bad way. Um, but no, the USA was not founded as a Christian nation, and there are actual writings from the founders that specifically say we weren't. So, and most of the founders, like I think George Washington was Christian, Benjamin Franklin was not a Christian, Thomas Jefferson was not a Christian. Like a lot of the founders weren't even Christians. I think Thomas Jefferson was a humanist or something like that. Anyway. The gateway in the MAGO was the idiot cancel culture and woke principles that one. I have no idea what that whole thing means. I don't think most of the so-called culture issues are things that were created by the Democrats. I think these are all like the trans thing. It's not like Democrats started just going, oh yeah, trans people. It's more like Republicans started just attacking trans people. And then we're like, just leave trans people alone. And then anyway, it's like trans people existed in the 80s, but people didn't start paying attention to them until the last 4 years. And so now it's like, oh, the trans people are bad. Yeah. MAGA thinking way too much on trans, way too much. Like, way too much. Yeah. This is the thing. Like, I used to not understand trans people until I talked to trans people, and then it's like I started understanding trans people, and then I started looking into the actual medical research and not the, well, you have a penis, you're a boy, but like looking at it, and there's more to your gender than your genitalia. And I don't just mean like the social meaning. I mean like the actual biology, the actual chromosomes, the actual brain chemistry you have. Is it all there are like, you can no more tell a trans woman she's a boy than you can tell a cisgender boy that he's transgender. Because it's the your brain is telling you that. And so your brain is the most real thing to you. And this, whether you're transgender or you're cisgender, your brain is more real than your anatomy. Like, you have people that lose a limb and it still itches. That itch is real, even though the leg's not. Your brain is more real to you than your physical body. Okay, well, right now, this is what you are doing. I have a feeling your idea of deflecting is people not accepting your talking points as being valid because they're not. They're not like an open communication. They're like, oh, well, we are male and female. God made both. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Stuff like that. That's not like conversation. Democrats all have roommates. It's hard to. I don't know what that means. The USA, no, it's not. It was not founded as a Christian nation. It literally wasn't. If it were founded as a Christian nation, it would say so in the Constitution. There's nothing in the Constitution that says we're a Christian nation. And if you look at the founding fathers, it wasn't just about denomination. That's not true. And the founding fathers, most of them weren't even Christians. Like, please stop repeating things just because you heard them. And this is what I'm pretty certain when you say you try to have conversations with Democrats and they just run and deflect. No, you're saying things that aren't true, and you're not doing any research, and you're not listening to correction. That is, I spent 15 years as a Christian minister. I've read probably the same books you have that have the same biased interpretation of history, of American history, that, like about how we were founded as a Christian. They aren't. Read what the church fathers actually wrote. Benjamin Franklin was not a Christian. I think his name was Robert Cartwright. No. It was, who was it? He kind of like appreciated evangelical gospel preachers, but more because of an entertainment aspect of things. He was more interested in them as theater than what they had to say. Also, some of the founding fathers were not good people. You mean like being smarter than you? I am a liberal. The left abandoned liberalism some years ago and traded it for left. I don't know what you think is the difference between liberalism and leftism. And like when you start saying things like TDS, there's no way you can. I cannot respect anything anyone has to say that ever uses the words TDS as a pejorative. It's not a thing. It's like saying, oh, criticizing Trump makes you insane. Okay, that's a really weird coincidence. Most trans people did not start transitioning during COVID. And how many trans people work for you? Like, I mean, this sounds like one. All right. So I'm giving up on 5 hours here. So my head is hurting. I'm going to go now. Thanks for everybody for joining. I'll talk to you later. I don't know what I'm going to talk about tomorrow, but I'll figure it out tonight. Skippy, I'll have a board on Pat Buchanan for you. So let me know when you get here, and I will present that board. I think that'll be an interesting one. It's something brings up. It ties into something else I wanted to talk about anyway. So. All right. Thanks, guys. I'll talk to you later. Bye.